Then we will have Ignacio J. from the Secretary of Smart City and Digital Transformation of the city of Córdoba. And we're also going to be having Maria Lourdes Gabriele. She's the Deputy Director of Digital Transformation of the Open Government and Smart City of Mendoza. Good morning. Let's call Lucas Rowan, Master's and PhD candidate in Deliberative Democracy at the University of Lisbon. Moderation will be done by Roberto Muñoz, who is from the National Technological University, Córdoba Regional School. He is the academic secretary of this university. The time of this panel starts, and the moderation as well. Good morning. This panel is a real pleasure for me. I would like to thank the possibility of having our university for carrying out this event. Honestly, looking at the people who are joining us, I think that this is a very high honor, and I also have to moderate and be the bad guy. We have 1 hour 10 minutes, so I will be telling you how long you will have to close your session, maybe in 10 minutes each, and we're going to start with Joao Pablo, who is the local representative, state representative of Pernambuco, and let's give him the word. Let's give him the floor.
Tem a apresentação nunca? Oh, desculpe. Quero dar meu bom dia a todas e todos.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank once more the opportunity of being here to introduce and to present. I thought that we had a presentation here. If you could please provide the presentation in the screen. I can't see it.
Não. Acho que eu vou falando sem.
Un segundo, la tecnología.
1 second, technology is not cooperating. We're in the digital age. Well, it's best if I start talking, right? First of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity of being here. I'm going to talk about the challenges of citizen participation in the digital age. And I would like to start by understanding the reality of cities and what we can certainly discuss is the challenges of participatory democracy in the digital age, present and collective future.
Eu acredito que
I think that, okay, there's some technical issues. Okay.
tem sido a marca.
I would like to say that citizen participation is the mark of popular government and a way of reaffirming the participation of the people is in through the city budget, especially in our times with the rise of the extreme right in the Brazil, in the Bolsonaro Brazil. The networks of democratization were extremely debated, and after so many years of political activity, I know what is the I know the Brazilian politics, but I was surprised about the votes for Bolsonaro, even in my own province. So our concern was related to the citizen participation. In addition to sharing the riches produced by workers, because the budget is only part of the riches in general, but and that's still being disputed. In our experience, we first consider if the experience of participation and the representation of the country had were directed in more than 90% of the budget destined to the areas with a bigger need as a way of including people. And 95% of that was destined to the areas with more need, and that creates conflict with the richer areas of the city. But this is fundamental to improve the quality of life of people, and that was done through citizen participation, and that citizen participation is important in many ways. First of all, this places the people who need it the most in the budgets. It raises the political consciousness of the masses, considering the budget and the way in which that budget is split with the citizens. And we also were able to have a large amount of participation from the people. And our experiences that we are living right now is that nothing overcomes the relationship with people, the possibility of being in contact with them and their needs, and that is shared with their demands. So when you are able to satisfy many needs of the population, even if it requires a smaller budget, the cities, the people prioritize the most urgent needs of the population. If you have a political component, which is the elevation of the collective vision, means that the resources of the cities, they used to be shared with the council people, the council members, and they selected works on communities, and that
indicar. Mas
made it so that there were people that were working against the citizen participation. But then they started mobilizing the population so that they could defend the proposals that they were representing there. That representation was fundamental because a political proposal in Brazil with democracy, you may you may have different political conceptions. My election was particular because I had a victory over the right wing of the city. They had a future of centralization, of prioritizing richer areas. So there was a break with that way of governing. So you have a very vivid reminder of the importance of this. Even today, in the city, we have a so-called socialist government from the Socialist Party, but the level of participation is comes more in a digital way. And if you're doing it digitally, you don't have a sense of the true demand. You don't see people eye to eye on their needs. You don't feel the elevation of their political consciousness. So, a more democratic way is for them to be present in the assemblies and also strengthening the most important issues like habitation, women rights, the rights of African population in Brazil, the LGBTQI plus population as well. And these are populations that are victims of violence. And stemming from the participation, from citizen participation, about 25% is destined to health. And that 25%, you can check which are the priorities that are going to be executed by becoming a priority. It's important to have the participation of children so that they can live the future in the present. I don't know how I'm running with time. Okay, 3 minutes. So I want to. I think that this reality is a concrete answer to reality, and this goes beyond the efforts that you have to do. If that you have to invest if you prioritize citizen participation. We created a citizen participation secretary office, prioritizing the structure with a team of people, computers, technicians, and a methodology, description of the selection of the answers submitted, and in the end, voting of the proposals and choosing 3 priorities. We had a participatory budget assembly that had over 2,000 people participating. So that's where the need of voting digitally came from, because the process would take too long if it was manual. But that's related to the distribution based on the different administrative and political divisions of the city. In each of the administrative regions, there is an assembly to determine priorities, which guarantees the representativeness of the whole of the population. And the challenges of this were that I was the first black operator to manage the city. So imagine the difficulty there. Back in the day, I didn't have university training, so that created a lot of resistance. And I was the first re-elected mayor with over 80% of approval, and I selected my successor on my first term. And that was part of the political fights that we had to take on with city elites, because they did not understand that this work was fundamental. So that you can have an idea. There is we're doing works taking care of health and of the health of the community, and there was an attack from the right wing, because we didn't have works in brick and mortar, right? But we were taking care of people's health. So the slogan of my government was, "Our great work is taking care of people," which is this is a reference that we have in our city. The great work is to take care of people. So guaranteeing participation, not only it is also stimulating the participation of women, the economic development, decentralizing the culture process, investing in culture. which is our province is a highly cultured province, very important in Brazil, with frevo, which is a type of dance, a rhythm that was born in Recife, which are the fruit of our culture. They were part of the drivers of economic development, guaranteeing that in many projects we had the workers from the community itself, and we had an agreement with universities that those works um, led to efforts of professional training, and many of the people who worked on those works became electricians, plumbers, people who could do more in construction experts. We also made language schools so that taxi drivers were able to have a space for collective education and to improve the community. My time is running out, sorry. And we also used the public spaces of the city. We have a municipal theater called Santa Isabel, a fabulous work, a fabulous building. We took the communities from the family package. We were able, which is a city project, and we led them to have access to the culture of the city. So that was all. Thank you very much. Yeah, we could be listening to you for a long, long time. But let's continue with from Brazil as well. Carla de Paiva Becerra, Director of Digital Participation and Network Communication from the federal government.
Bien, buenos días. Can you see my presentation? I will show you the experience of participation in Brazil, of the federal government of Brazil. The idea is to introduce a central argument that participation, digital participation in Brazil, is the encounter. I'm waiting for the presentation. Is the encounter of two different paths. The one of the advancements of the digital government from 2000 with the tradition of participatory democracy that the former speaker mentioned. How can you go to the next slide?
Bien, voy siguiendo mientras entonces.
Okay. It is the encounter of those two traditions, participatory democracy and the advances of the digital government. Participatory democracy, we have in Brazil a great federal structure and participatory structure of councils of participation in municipalities that are organized, divided into health, home, well-being, social services, and conference we have every 4 hours that are well known. There is a very federal structure of participation, and my presentation, we had some pictures of the experiences. And on the other hand, the experiences of digital participation in Brazil happen from 2009 approximately, so we have had a lot of advancements in the digital government since 2000, and since 2009 we have this first point of encounter between the two traditions of the digital government and participatory engagement with the first tools of participation that are online in conferences. Since then, we have had great progress, but always in a vision where digital participation was sort of isolated from on-site participation, as if there were two different things. There were some public surveys that were made digitally, and then we had the on-site participation sites. So we could reach a massive use of platforms. And the first one that we did had a participation of 1.5 million of inhabitants with a change of mindset. That has been the idea that you cannot talk about digital on the one hand and on-site on the other hand. Everything has to be connected and happen simultaneously. So Brazil, participatory Brazil, I hope we can show this on the slide. This is a unique channel to citizens. So all of the participation spaces of the federal government are in only one entry, so to speak, and at the same time connecting with the methodology of digital and on-site participation. So we have the space for the councils that have the on-site meetings, and they can also make some questions on the platforms. We have conferences that are massive encounters, and we thought about a methodology where people can vote digitally, they can attend physically, and we connect everything in Brazil. Of course, we have spaces that are digital. We have a lot of public consultation. In general, people use Brasil Participativo or Participatory Brazil. So it is a little bit more difficult to show this, but Participatory Brazil is developed so that we can guarantee the participation. We use Decidin, that is open software, and that has been developed by the mayor's office of Barcelona and is used by over 400 civil organizations, and Brazil answers for half of the users of the platforms everywhere, as it is one of the national experiences that we have been having. And of course, it has a bigger dimension. So we do the effort of building this free technology that can be used widely and that is not linked to big corporations. It is in English.
Ya voy a pasar directamente porque ya pasé por todo.
I will move this very fast. These were pictures for me to show you the participatory spaces that we have in Brazil, the conferences, participatory budgets. This was the timeline of digital participation that I already mentioned. So this is the face of participatory Brazil with the things that I have already presented. So we were here talking about Decidim. And apart from developing this open software Decidim, it is hosted in the public company that is DataPrev and has been entirely developed together with the University of Brasilia. So apart from being a sustainable development, we do an exchange of knowledge, and that also creates knowledge for the universities. So all of this development is intended to guarantee the digital sovereignty. The platform is also intended to guarantee the access and use by most of Brazilian people. We know that in Brazil, maybe in the entire Latin America, the largest part of users access internet exclusively by phone. Most of them, the access of computers is restricted to the higher classes or middle classes, and the other classes only access through the internet or using the phone and using data. So making the platform to be able to use in mobile phone is very important. We also guarantee with Velibras is the language sign of Brazil. They can have access to that there, and there are some other tools to guarantee accessibility to people with disabilities. So these are some of the numbers of the main experience that we have had in the plan of us for several years and the planning of federal government for the following 4 years in all of the areas. And that is also connected with the budget in the following years. So we have had 1,400,000 people who have participated in over 4 million access, and 76% of the 8,000 proposals have been included to the goals plan. So we consider that has been a great success. And how did it work? All of the votes and presentations and submissions of proposals was made through the platform, but we also had a lot of mobilization and discussion encounters that were on site. For example, this was the opening assembly where we had the president, Lula, and we have done this type of conferences in the 27 states of Brazil, all of them with the presence of ministers and high representatives of the government, guaranteeing that the government was interested in this, that it was important. This was in the Bay State. We also had a governance entity, that is this forum that gathers 300 representatives of the federal government that have also discussed on how to include the proposals, because you also need to have a mediation between this format, because you have a lot of proposals and it shouldn't be only technical but also political. So we had that space. Here you can see the numbers of the plenary sessions in the States. We had 34,000 people participating on site. So this is a great number for physical presentation, but compared to the 1.5 million of digital presence, there is a great difference. These are the numbers of the access to the platform during the process. You can see that there are some peaks. Those were when we had the on-site plenary sessions. So we know that there is a connection with the on-site meetings and the digital participation. So we know that these on-site meetings made sort of an echo, because this created some articles of pieces of news, and we know that there is a learning impact as well. So that's why you see the highest numbers at the end. And not only that, but the states with higher population have had assemblies by the end, Sao Paulo, Rio. So when we had over 100 points of access on one day was when we had the on-site meeting in Sao Paulo. Now we are discussing the climate plan to face global climate change that will be submitted to the COP30. We have also had a participation format that has allowed foreigners to participate in the social G20 that has been last year. So we continue with a lot of participation methodologies. And to close with this presentation, I would like to show you this. In my first slide, I show the idea that there is an encounter with the participatory democracy and digital democracy. But there are a lot of possibilities when technology and democracy get together. And this is what we're developing in Brazil, and we want to reinforce democracy. We want to reinforce the idea that civil society has to be active and participating. We need to create sovereign structures of digital participation. And we also know that in the world, there are a lot of models that weaken democracy, and most of those cases are only linked to the control of data, and that is a problem for those who defend democracy. So from Brazil, we want to show that there are some potential ways to strengthen democracy, and technology can be very useful in that way. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you so much, Carla. I had given her more minutes for the slides. We're so sorry. Technology. Technical problems, right? Now we'll go with Sebastian Kowalski, Team Leader of Participation and Dialogue Unit, Municipality of Krakow, Poland.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on such an important, let's be honest, quite tech-sounding topic, democracy, governance, and digital participation. Or to put it more simply, how not to just vote every 4 years, but how to click your way to making a really impact on what's happened around you without even leaving your house, sometimes not even leaving your blanket. We live in times when technology is no longer just a tool. It has become our partner in public dialogue, kind of like Google Maps in the daily life. Technically, you don't need to, but would you really dare to leave the houses without it? Start with the basics. Democracy from Greek, power of the people. And today, thanks to digitalization, the people can have more to say than ever before. And no, I don't mind commenting of political memes on the Facebook. I mean really opportunities to everyday participation in patient planning, budgeting, public consultation, and monitoring government activities. And all of it is online. No need to go to the city office. No need to hunt for stamps. No need to even dress up. Okay, but what does it look like in the practice? Let's take an example, Krakow. A city where digital participation has been evolving for the past 15 years, constantly adapting to new trends and the residents' expectations. Participatory budget or civic budget. In 2025, Krakow residents submit over 1,115 projects online. And in 2024, over 40,000 people voted also online. Thanks to that, we now have green bus stop and new bike paths, and because someone's click vote. One click for a person, a giant leap for a neighborhood or the local community. Public consultation. Krakow planning to use the deciding platform starting in 2026. Design and testing are underway, and the final version will be integrated with the mKrakow app. The mKrakow app, it is more just a city app. You can report issues like petrol with a bus stop, check city service, and soon take part in the consultation and digital voting. Civic legislative initiative. If a resident wants to propose a city law, They no longer have to carry on paper petition around the neighborhood. All it takes are true set profiles and 300 digital signets. That's around to submit a draft resolution for the city council and discuss and vote on. Education quite. Take Participedia. For example, it is not a school subject, but a set of infographics how tools to help people understand how to use digital tools in public life. Step-by-step participation, even if you don't have a PhD in computer science. But, there are always but. Is everything working perfectly? Not exactly. We still face to change of digital exclusion, exactly among older adults of residents of small towns. Not everyone can use the EPUAP system without a helpful grandchild nearby. And sometimes the tools so are intuitive, you need a manual to understand the manual. So what's next? How do we make sure digital democracy isn't just catchy phrase on the PowerPoint slide? First, digital and civic education, so that everyone, regardless of age, of address, knows how to navigate this landscape. Second, standardizing the tools. Third, transparency and really impact. If we are collected votes or opinions, let's make sure they truly matter. People have brilliant ideas. We just need to listen. Online tools offer new opportunities, but also pose some risk. That's why the city of Krakow planning use the AI to detect hate speech during the collection and option in public consultation. The system identifies the contents that offends religious feelings or involves discrimination based on origin, sexual identification, age, disability, aliens of social status. Ladies and gentlemen, digital democracy is not just a branch of apps or website. It is a mindset. It asks, we just voters every few years, or we are co-creator on our community every day. Krakow shows that you can make a difference, change a street, or propose a city law without wrestling with binders and official stamps. But we still have a long road ahead, a digital road. Convenient, and if we quite indwell, it might lead to really employment, because strong democracy means every voice matters, even the one caused from bed with a cup of tea in hands. Thank you very much. Not 10 minutes.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Yes. We have really recovered a minute, so we've got a minute back, so thank you. Let's continue now with Agustina Malamase, who is the Undersecretary of Innovation from Lomas de Zamora, Argentina. Let's give the floor to her.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming here, and I would like to thank you for the invitation. These spaces are truly important to discuss, to rethink in these ages of crisis of representation, right? With a lot of lack of trust. So being able to be here sharing experiences is important, and we also need to ask ourselves some questions. What are we doing? Who are we targeting these policies to? And this has to be an inspiring moment. If there's something that we're not doing now to strengthen democracy or to generate trust or closeness with citizens, well, let's hope that we can improve this with these types of events. Today, I would like to share several experiences we have had from the municipality of Lomas de Zamora, that is from the province of Buenos Aires. We are over 700,000 inhabitants, so you can imagine the great challenge that we have and the challenges of local governments in the face of the national government, in this case in Argentina. So our experiences are driven 100% by the local government. We don't have the support of the national government. Maybe in other experiences you can see the examples of national governments endorsing regional methodologies, but well, this is not the case, so that is very difficult for us. But however, we can make it happen. In one of the panels yesterday, they were speaking about that. Talking about the taxes of the citizens and how they can respond to the needs of citizens. Of course, we need to create policies that respond to their ideas as well. We need to understand participation not only as going to a place or placing a proposal and living there, just there, but we need a transformation of our neighbors and the quality of life of our citizens. In 2023, by political decision of Federico Termin, our mayor, we conducted the government of the community. That appears to be a pretty slogan, but it is a governance model of using closeness with our neighbors, of being there, of public policies taking response to the peculiarities of our territory. So we decided to create decentralized spaces. We have 14 municipality management places where community can have access to programs, to services, and in these management venues of these 14 centers, we have the citizen participation roundtables. Those are territorial meetings where we have representatives of clubs, churches, schools, healthcare centers, and community centers, where we get together and exchange ideas. And this is also an invitation for action and to think about how we can transform our neighbors and the reality of our citizens. And thinking about this digital age, one of the first actions that we carried out from the participation agenda was a virtual space through our website, so that those people that maybe did not participate on site for different reasons can get closer to us so that they can share their proposals. The way in which we implemented this was great. We know that it's a digital space in the website where people can have access to and they can share their ideas. So we need to see who are sharing those proposals, which neighborhoods they're in. Maybe implementing platforms that are responsive as well. And that not only dies there in the digital part, right? What we do is we receive a proposal. Every day we analyze the platform and we get in contact with that neighbor who is sharing that proposal. It is not that continues over a digital area and is reported to a different department, but we actually communicate with these neighbors by telephone. Sometimes we go there and talk to them in person. They are invited to participate in the roundtable events because we think that we cannot afford to lose closeness. That is a very important tool that cannot be left behind. Sometimes it happens. Our neighbors say that when you send a message through WhatsApp or a claim, they say, oh, I love it that this is not a bot, that you have a person who says, good morning, how are you? Here we are to support you. And that is very important in participation roundtables as well. They say, oh, it is great that we are here in our city's senior citizen center. We don't want, they say, we don't want to go and do activities somewhere else. We want to be here in our neighborhood, and we want for decisions to be made here. So we really need to listen to them and to be there with them. So when we think about lack of trust and closeness, we need to take into account data. As I said before, we implemented a tool that is the safety application, and at the beginning it had a very low rate of downloads, and safety was one of the main issues. So we started wondering why, what was happening. So in the roundtables and in the safety forums, where we address specifically safety and security, and we conduct meetings with neighbors and representatives, we invite them to the operation center so that they can know how to monitor that, so that we can build together the map of different crimes. It is a very sensitive theme and has to be performed in a very special and safe place. And our neighbors, sometimes they don't want to download the app because to be able to log, you have to write your ID, national ID number, and they say, oh, our data is going to be stolen. So they didn't want that. They wanted to have an app that with only one click, you can call the police. And that's why they didn't download the app. And sometimes in other places, they didn't even know that we had the app. So participation spaces on site regarding decentralization are very important. We need to supplement participation, and it has to be interdisciplinary. It has to be cross-sectional to the entire administration. And I think that it is important to go back to this point. What are the risks of the digital participation in this era? As every public policy, we need to address that thinking or arising from a problem. What is happening on the territory? What is the target audience of this? Why are we doing this? Are we taking into account the ideas, the proposals of the community, and also the heterogeneity of the territory? We need to take that into account. We talk about artificial intelligence, and you can download an app and everything is integrated, but who are we talking to? Do we know our community? Do we know how many people can have access to those methodologies, those types of platforms? Do we have the necessary conditions for them to have access to that? What is our responsibility from the administration to be able to bridge the gap? If we don't think about this from a comprehensive approach, it can be counterproductive. We can increase that gap that we have and have more resistance. And I have a picture that I can share with you. It was an experience that we conducted last year, the Congress of the Community. It is an experience that was a result of the virtual participation spaces and the on-site participation spaces, where we had the participation of a lot of citizens on the 28th of December. It is a very difficult date, but we had neighbors there sharing their ideas in 17 thematic sessions to build the 25 axes of management for this year, that are the ones that we are implementing. And I wanted to show you, this is a very small part of everything that happened that day. And this is part of a participatory process of the entire year, of the participatory roundtables on site, the digital ones. And we also decided there which were going to be the public policies and programs that we would develop for this year. So I think that the digital side cannot sort of compete with that, right? We cannot do away with the on-site meetings. In these times of artificial intelligence, the collective intelligence is at the forefront. So, of course, we need to combine the different tools and everything, but we do not have to lose sight of this, of closeness, of being able to look into the other's eyes and to listen attentively. And we need to be very committed and act appropriately, because if we want to build trust, if we want to build legitimacy, everything that is discussed has to be translated into actions and has to be improved. So that is also an invitation to keep on building these spaces. Thank you. Thank you, Agustina. I hope you're enjoying as much as I am each of the presentations. Now let's give the floor from Mendoza to Maria Lourdes Gabrieli, Deputy Director of Digital Transformation. The floor is yours, Gabriela.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here, listening to us. I would like to thank the organization for inviting the city of Mendoza. Let me tell you a little bit about Mendoza. It's the capital, the international capital of wine. We're going to have to apologize because we didn't bring any wine, but this is a city of 120,000 inhabitants, and over twice that number come into the city to work, to study, to open their shops. So our mayor says that he doesn't govern for 120,000 people, but rather for over 300,000 people who come in every day. And I brought a video to explain some of our initiatives about participation. Is it here? Okay. Mendoza faces the challenges of the future with a clear vision to transform the capital of the province through innovation. Artificial intelligence is not just technology. It's a powerful tool that can improve the quality of life of our citizens. Like we see in great cities of the world, they're using it to become more intelligent and efficient. Mendoza is doing their first step by creating the first local committee of artificial intelligence. This initiative gathers experts from different areas to work together to design innovative solutions to solve the most complex problems from our city and their inhabitants. Cities like London and Singapore are already using AI to improve transportation, to monitor the environment, and to manage resources in a more efficient way. Mendoza is following on their footsteps. For citizens, AI means cleaner streets, greater safety, and better public services and quicker responses to their daily needs. Artificial intelligence does not only transform technology, it transforms lives. If it's well applied, the power of this tool will translate into changes that we will see on our everyday life. It will improve the environment and turn our city into a more connected and sustainable city. Be part of this transformation, join the local Artificial Intelligence Committee, and let's build together the future of Mendoza. The future starts today. Okay, that was an introduction of our local Artificial Intelligence Committee. That's a citizen participation tool that brings the academic sector, the civil society organization, the universities, the private sector, so that we can plan together towards the future how we are going to use AI to make it a tool that transforms the life of the citizens and to make their lives better. That should be our goals as workers and as officers in local governments. We were thinking about this committee that if we're going to do a digital transformation, that needs to be in service of our citizens and get closer to them. In our committees, we are working with digital transformation, with smart cities, and with open government in the same place. So that allows us to join together citizen participation and digital transformation. Last year, we relaunched the participatory democracy through Ordinance 4194. And in this new participatory budget, the tool is completely digital from the moment that the citizen proposes their idea, and they can also schedule a meeting. They are one click away to get together with us to suggest their needs, their ideas, their proposals. And this is very important because the vision of this citizen is certainly better than the one that the citizen in a desk has. And this is because this citizen is every day in that corner, every day in that square. They take their children, they take their grandchildren to play, for example, in square. So they will have a much closer vision than we have. So it's not useful to have only these digital platforms, but rather to reach the citizens with these platforms. In the case of our participatory budget, which is very new, people are registered, more than one in a neighborhood or a civil society organization. They book a meeting and we explain to them this is what participatory budget is about. They don't need to be mega projects, but they could be simple ideas. For example, a speed reduction device, a bench in a square, simple things. That's why we have a digital tool in the forum with the platform that we have. That it's something very simple that anyone can feel it, and we explain to them the step by step of the participatory budget, and we say if you need help with this burden, with this proposal, we're here to help you. We have all of the different city centers, and the area of that approaches the citizens is also involved, and they help citizens upload their ideas, and then we have the voting, and that's why we have a dual citizen participation. It starts from the booking a meeting and entering an idea, and they will have to be disseminating the information about their project, and because the projects that we're going to be implementing are going to be the ones that are most voted. So each citizen, each neighborhood union will say, let's all vote. This voting tool is completely digital. This was a very interesting program because we worked with the European Union, with the foundation. And the result was this new platform that you can visit in Open Government, the Open Government website. And another of the platforms of citizen participation that works very well is Alert Eyes. It's a WhatsApp group, WhatsApp contact, in which neighbors can become trained. We have over 14,700 citizens being trained, and they can prevent insecurity situations, which is a very pressing matter here. We see it in every meeting. So these meetings are also useful to bring the entire array of solutions that we have in the city, and sometimes they don't reach the neighbors or the neighbors don't find out. So digital tools are not supplanting the face-to-face meetings. They are complemented. We need to use technology in the best way possible, and also make it known. With Alert Eyes, we already have 14,000 people who are trained, who look out the window and who could be notifying about the certain initiatives, and we have also the community alarms, and also a prevention program where you can sign up so that we get closer to your neighborhood and we tell you which are the solutions that we have for security, which is something that affects all cities, and it's very important right now. So these are the main programs or experiences that we were bringing to tell you. And we think that the smartest city is not the city with the most technology, but rather the city that can solve the problems of the citizens, and that it is more human. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maria Lourdes. We have heard different languages, different accents, and Mendoza is such a beautiful city. Let's give the floor to Lucas Roan, a master and PhD candidate in deliberative democracy at the Universidade Nova de Lisboa. Let's give him the floor.
Good morning. Are you sleeping? Again, let's go again. Good morning. I would like to thank IOPD and municipality for the invitation. If you allow me, I would also like to thank the different workers that are making this event possible: Juan Pedro, Bataglino, their team, Maximo, Agustin, Emilio, Carla, who is here. And I would like to ask for a round of applause for them. Thank you. Now, as you see, my presentation is not so digital. Well, 15 years ago, I started studying in the academy, in the academic world regarding the social media and the government. This happened when social media were booming. Everyone was using it, and it was at their peak. Nowadays, times have changed, but they are important anyway. At that point, I worked with very optimistic authors and teachers and scholars, and they say that everything will change and everything will be improved. And well, now maybe the situation is not like that, but I focus on this new use of social network and these new information technologies linked to the different policies. The use by the government was a bit late. They didn't understand that this was a very important space and that it might contribute to make governments more participatory. At the same time, we were seeing that there were some people or groups who continued to make a very efficient use. I'm not talking about the topics, and of course, because they are not favoring democracy, we know about that. I'm saying that they are making a good use in terms of strategy, particularly in social media. And I started wondering why, if we are the good ones, why is it so difficult for us to use social media to create more participation, to communicate our ideas, if we have the truth right by us, if we have the structures of the government, if we have the good intentions on our side? So why is it so difficult for us to use it? So to try and answer that question, I started working on my PhD. I'm trying. It is very easy to get in, but very difficult to complete it. So we have the projects of Montevideo and Lisboa, where I live. I'm from Brazil, but living in Lisbon for over 20 years. And I got data from their websites, their social media, their content, their interactions. And I'm completing the analysis of this. And I have some conclusions that I would like to share with you. This is how I changed the slide. Well, the first one is evident. We took a lot of time to use those tools. I don't know what happened. I was in a meeting, at a political meeting, with older people who talked about, yes, social network is very important. And I was thinking, okay, at least now we are using them, even if it came late, but now we understand at least that it is important. Then, the content has to be appropriate for social media. You do not talk in the same way in social media as you do in the press or in an official document, for example. There is a specific language that is informal, not as informal so as not to sound silly, but it has to be sort of softer or more informal. There are two parameters that are very important. One of them is this of language, and the other one is that of speed. Things in social media happen at a great speed. If something happens today, and I want to talk about this, but I'm making a video and I edit this video in 3 days, no, the time has already passed for that topic. For example, what is the content? There is a trending content. These short videos of TikToks, as you know, but that is not only recording a video there in vertical position. You need to think about the marketing strategies. The first 3 to 5 seconds are the most important ones. If I start watching a video and they say, hi, I am Luke, I'm going to talk about this, well, the person has already gone to another video. So the first seconds are the ones that are the most important to capture the attention of people. There are a lot of problems. Of course, I'm not here saying, oh yeah, the social media is wonderful and all that. But we have to know that there are a lot of fake news as well. There is a lot of fake news. Then the political polarization as well is creating a problem. And there is a very relevant factor here. That is the interaction, and that is different from other media. We are talking about participation, but we need to engage with people. We need to have this as a space for dialogue. But on the other hand, I said that I started studying social media at a point where they were booming. And I'm saying this because nowadays we have studies that say that there is a sort of people are tired of using social network. People keep on using them, of course, but they have already identified movements that people were tired of using that, and we know that this is actually happening. So the message that I want to convey here is that we need to pay attention to the changes of information technology and communication technology so that this not happen again, that we took too long to embrace social media, and we are paying the price of that. And the other message I want to convey is against the sentiment that sometimes other Latin Americans have regarding the neighbors, that we are not important, that, oh, you take a look at Europe and the US and all that. No. We are, all of us, examples for the world. I am in Portugal, and sometimes this is not related to... I had some other friends, not the ones that are here. I need, for example, a public service. I go to the website, and it looks like I took a time machine to the 18th century. I don't know. 19th century. And when I come here, I go to the municipality of Córdoba, to the website of Córdoba, and the first thing I have is a chatbot with artificial intelligence. So this message is very important. We are the example for the world in this topic, and please, let's pay attention to this because technology will keep on evolving. Today, we have AI. Tomorrow, we don't know, but we have to be prepared so that we don't get surprised again. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lucas. I would like to thank Lucas. Now, we'll have the word of this person, Ignacio Hey, a local one from Córdoba. And as when you buy the lot on the corner and the neighbors eat up part of the limits, and you have a shorter territory. But well, let's go to the Undersecretary of our Municipality of Technology.
10 minutos.
Thank you very much. I will try to use my 10 minutes as fast as I can. If I can do it in 5, I'll try. Welcome everyone to this city. Thank you very much for being here, to all of the members of this panel. As a conclusion of what you have all mentioned, we are all going along the same journey, some with different visions, but in general, we're going all down the road of digital participation, citizen participation and participatory democracy, which is what is joining us today. To tell you a little bit about what we're doing in the city of Córdoba, which is the goal of this meeting, to tell the experiences that we're having. And I have 2 or 3 things taken down so that I can discuss with my team, which are here taking notes as well. I wanted to tell you a little bit about what we are doing, what we see in this process of transformation. Technology is in everything right now. It has crossed people, behavior, the way that we work, the way that we relate to one another. And technology has turned our people into different people from what we were 20 or 30 years ago. This has made that all of us who are working in digital government, digital participation, to reassess our positions. I was hearing our panel mate from Lomas de Zamora. She had a very strong vision regarding the becoming closer to the citizens. And we share that, we agree with that. And we have done an operational decentralization. But we see that those policies reach very few people, and technology needs to achieve 3 basic concepts. First of all, that it needs to be massive and accessible to the greatest number of people. There's a lot of apathy towards politics. We've seen it over the last 2 elections in the city of Buenos Aires last week and the previous week, where participation is not reaching 60%. And that gives a message. We need to read that message. And if we are in technology, in digital participation, we see that if we don't provide the tools that are useful, that are accessible, where everyone can be included, we're going to be having less and less people who are willing to be represented by the indirect democracy, and they prefer to use direct participation. So that's what we need to pay attention to right now. The social networks, as our the other panel member from Portugal was saying, we say that social networks are very important, but they are dangerous because they allow for anonymity. So we implement artificial intelligence tools that are reading social networks to see an analysis of what's going on. And that analysis has a lot of bias because people who share their opinion in the social networks are political groups who have their own interests, and so we need to be careful and wary of using these tools because there are biases of all kinds. Our panel member from Mendoza, she was talking about artificial intelligence and social media as well. And it's very easy to fall in the trap of the bias, where the algorithms of participation are based on what a person thinks in their friends, what you searched. That locks us in some kind of a bubble where we see what we think about, and it becomes a resonance room where we share opinions with people who think the same that we do, and that creates polarization. We've seen it in many cases, like Brexit in the United Kingdom, where they are reviewing the decision and trying to join the European Union again, as we've seen with the case of the Donald Trump election or the previous elections, where the leaks from external agents in social networks have turned democracy into something that is not something that we like, as our Brazilian panel member also said. This is a summary, and we are working in Córdoba with digital participation tools. We are a little bit behind in relation to other cities, specifically as for digital participation, but we are quite ahead on the service management, procedure management platforms. We need to divide now platforms where you give the citizen digital tools to be able to manage their public services digitally, that we reduce the movement of people to places, the costs, and we are trying to reduce and simplify the procedures. That is very important. We have worked a lot on that. We have worked on having a website where the citizen can have the information that they need. We have worked very hard on open government. That is a very key part of any government, so we can guarantee the publicization of government acts. And now we have programs, the youth participatory budget, where we are allocating a percentage of our public works budget so that it can be assigned or allocated by youth. This is done on site in the centers of citizen participation, and that's when we see that participation happens, but it's scarce. And you see that there are people who have particular interests participating. That's why we believe that the next step in digital participation is to digitalize the process of citizen participation, and so that it stops being a pilot test with the youths, but also for the rest of the city. And we're working with tools similar to the ones that were used by the people in Mendoza. And another one of the most important projects is the accountability and also the goal plan, which has been created by an ordinance in which the city has 120 days from the inauguration of the mayor to propose a plan for the next 4 years. And we had 4 main axes where we have 376 goals. Those goals are updated every 4 months. And we have meetings where we on audiences where the civil society participates, and we do adjustments. Some goals are eliminated or corrected, and that keeps us in agreement with and in tune, in like hand in hand with the needs of society. And we wanted to move forward with this event, which is we wanted to have it here by this event, which is a citizen participation tool, which we have heard an active listening. We have called it an active listening platform, which has 4 main areas. The first one is participate. This allows any person from the 1.5 million population or the 2 million population in the metropolitan area, which many of them work in the city. And we have tools to reach these people so that they can access the tool and participate in a way that is not free, but it's based in forms, and it makes the people have to register certain data to participate in a project. That tool is related to citizen participation in everyday issues from the city. Say, for example, that you have a pothole that is more important than others that we need to pay attention to. The lighting that is not working, the irrigation in squares. All of those actions are done every day. We have over 17,000 interactions with that platform, and the citizen has a follow-up on their case until it's solved. We have 2 more tools in this platform. One of them is for reports, not for robbery or crime or corruption, but it's rather circumscribed to the co-living code, which is related to how we must behave in the city environment. And we have worked with the specific area that manages the co-living code, so that the reports can be received here through the use of the cell phone, and that has a follow-up from the corresponding areas. These are the 3 main topics: the participation of the youth participatory budget, the goal plan with 376 goals for the 4 years, and our digital platform for active listening. We are undergoing a digital transformation. We're trying to make Córdoba a smarter city, a more inclusive city, and a more accessible city. It's fundamental for us to have citizen participation, to manage to control our administration. We have interactive maps as well. We have over 400 data sets that can be downloaded, and they can see what's being done in each of the areas. To finish with my presentation, I went overboard with 3 minutes, but thank you everyone, and I hope this has been useful. Thank you very much, Ignacio. There a lot of ability of summarization from all of our panelists, and the time is very short. I'm sure you're all expecting to have the break, so we're not going to have questions, but I will ask everyone if you can stand here. Let's take a picture with all of the panelists. It's been an honor to share this space.
El agradecimiento.
And a special thank you to all of the people who have participated in this panel. Let's thank João Paulo, Carla, Agustina, Sebastián, Ignacio, Maria Lourdes, and Lucas, and of course Roberto, who was the moderator of this panel. After the picture, we also have we have some presents for the panelists. Some presents from the panelists from the organization for your desks. Some elements that are good for you when it comes to working. Thank you very much. It's a very interesting topic. At 11, we're listening about the tax matrix for local financing. which will be dealt with in this space, and we invite you to share a coffee break in the top level, so second floor, sorry, of this building. So upstairs and the coffee break, and then we meet back at 11.
Felicitaciones, Jay. Muy bueno todo lo que estás haciendo. Funciona. Adiós, adiós, señor. Muchas gracias.
Igualmente, gracias.
Chao, muchas gracias. Un gusto. Gracias.
Suerte, ¿eh?
Gracias.
El mejor moderador.
Loving can hurt sometimes, but it's the only thing that I know. When it gets hard, you know it can get hard sometimes. It is the only thing that makes us feel alive. We keep this love in a photograph. We make these memories for ourselves, where our eyes are never closing, our hearts are never broken, and time's forever frozen still. So you can keep me inside the pocket of your ripped jeans, holding me closer till our eyes meet. You won't just hate the thought of me with someone new. Yeah, you just want attention. I knew from the start. You're just making sure I'm never getting over you. Oh, you run around, throwing that dirt all on my name. 'Cause you knew that I'd call you up. Another way, right? You're standing face to face. You already know that you won. Oh, I know that stress is karma. Yeah, you got me thinking about when you were mine. All up on you. Oh, baby, I'm coming home with me tonight. Oh, no. You just want attention. I know that trust is karma. If you regret, you got me thinking about when you were mine. And now I'm all up on you. What you expect? But you're not coming home with me tonight. You just want attention. You don't want my heart. Maybe you just hit the thought of me with someone new. Yeah, you just want attention. I knew from the start. You're just making sure I'm never getting over you. Hey, what are you doing now? Yeah, you just want attention. I knew from the start. You're just making sure I'm never getting over you.
It's Chris. It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again.
Rah! Well, ain't come no one girl conquer alongside Chrissa. Turn up with a speaker. Wow, 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 wow. Oh yeah, hey, tell them. It seems like just yesterday we were jamming with friends on a bright sunny day. But now you're gone far away. But it's so hard to find the right words to say. 'Cause I still can't believe that you're gone. Which day that passes without you, it feels so wrong. But me have to stay strong, 'cause deep in my heart, your memory lives on. 'Cause when it's all said and done, family's all that we got. A strictly love and unity, no we can't forget that. Through the thick and the thin, you always had my back. All the good times we shared, I forever treasure that.
Been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again.
I miss you, my friend. I can't fight these tears, no, I can't pretend. No, no, no. Yeah, you're my friend to the end. Oh, yeah. What do we mean now? Watch me. Cause when it's all said and done, family's all that we got. A strictly love and unity. No, we can't forget that. Through the thick and the thin, you always had my back. All the good times we shared, I forever treasure that.
Let the light guide your way. Hold every memory as you go, and every road you take will always lead you home. Oh, oh.
Spread a little love and let the blessings touch down. Place your feet on higher ground. Humble as a dove and let the blessings touch down. Give some love to someone who is down. Oh yes. Tell them. You think this broke? Hold on.
Some point in time, a man just have to be a man, you know what I mean? Face up to your emotions. You really check for a woman like she know you check for her. I'm gonna tell if your friend them gonna laugh, or them gonna say you whipped or whatever. At the end of the day, you're the only one who's gonna be lonely, you understand?
Cause you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Whoa. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Whoa. And you let her go. Why did you? Why did you? Staring at an empty glass, hoping one day you'll make a dream last. But dreams come slow and they go so fast. See how when you close your eyes, maybe one day you'll understand why everything you touch surely die. Oh, oh. Cause you only need the light when it's burning low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Whoa. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Staring at the ceiling in the dark, same old empty feeling in your heart. Love comes slow and it goes so fast. Oh baby, yeah, you see her when you go to sleep. Never to touch and never to keep. Cause you miss her so much and you dive too deep. Oh yes, cause you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. You let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. You let her go. And you let her go. And you let her go. And you let her go. Why did you? You let her go. You let her go. You let her go. Oh, you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Oh, oh. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Oh yeah. Oh, you only need the light when it's burning low. And you only miss the sun when it starts to snow. You only know you love her when you let her go. Oh, oh, oh. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. And only know you love her, you love her, you love her, you love her when you let her go. Oh, only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Oh yeah, you let her go.
I guess it's true, I'm not good at a one night stand, but I still need love, cause I'm just a man. These nights never seem to go to plan. No, I don't want you to leave, will you hold my hand? Oh, won't you stay with me? Cause you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see. But darling, stay with me. Oh, why am I so emotional? No, it's not a good look, gain some self-control. And deep down I know this never works, but you can lay with me so it doesn't hurt. Oh, won't you stay with me? Cause you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see. Darling, stay with me. Won't you stay with me? Cause you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see. Darling, stay with me. Oh, won't you stay with me? Cause you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see now, baby. Darling, stay with me. Stay with me. Cause you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see. Darling, stay with me. Stay with me, stay with me, stay with me. Baby, stay with me, stay with me, stay with me. This ain't love and it's clear to see. Darling, stay.
That boy upon the stereo, hey. And I know, and I know, and I know, and I know, hey, hey. Oh, Lord, yeah. You and me, we made a vow, for better or sun, and I've had my doubts, denying every tear. I wish this would be over now, but I know that I still need you here. You say I'm crazy, 'cause you don't think I know what you've done. But when you call me baby, I know I'm not the only one. times that you ain't on my parade, and all the clubs you're getting using my name. You think you broke my heart, oh girl, for goodness sake. You think I'm crying on my own, well I ain't. And I didn't wanna write a song, cause I didn't want anyone thinking I still care, I don't. But you still in my phone, no. Baby, I'm moving on. And I think you should be something I don't wanna hold back. Baby, you should know that my mama don't like you and she likes everyone. And I never like to admit that I was wrong. I've been so caught up in my job, didn't see what's going on, and now I know I'm better sleeping on my own. Cause if you like the way you look that much, oh baby, you should go and love yourself. And if you think that I'm still holding on to something, you should go and love yourself. When you told me that you hated my friends, the only problem was with you and not them. And every time you told me my opinion was wrong, and tried to make me forget where I came from. And I didn't wanna write a song, cause I didn't want anyone thinking I still care, I don't. But you still lit my phone up, and baby I'll be moving on. And I think you should be something I don't wanna hold back. Baby, you should know that my mama don't like you and she likes everyone. And I never like to admit that I was wrong. I've been so caught up in my job, didn't see what's going on, and now I know I'm better sleeping on my own. Cause if you like the way you look that much, oh baby, you should go and love yourself. And if you think that I'm still holding on to something, you should go and love yourself. For all of them times it made me feel small, I fell in love, nothing at all. I never felt so low when I was vulnerable. Am I a fool to let you break down my walls? For all of them times it made me feel small, I fell in love, nothing at all. I never felt so low when I was vulnerable. Girl, you can love yourself. You like the way you look that much, oh baby, you should go and love yourself. And if you think that I'm still holding on to something, you should go and love yourself. 'Cause if you like the way you look that much, oh baby, you should go and love yourself. And if you think that
El siguiente exponente es secretario de Gobernanza Ciudadana y Desarrollo Rural de Porto Alegre, Brasil. Buenos días, bienvenido. Abdul Gafur Isupo, también será otro de los expositores. ¿Está presente? Abdul Gafur Isupo. Sí. Presidente de Matola Río, Mozambique. Buenos días. Bienvenido. Invitamos a quien es intendente de Combole, Senegal. Magueye Boyer, por favor. Passez-vous.
Obrigado, obrigado.
Sí, sí, por aquí.
Bonjour, monsieur. Y la moderación será realizada por Gisela Berit.
Moderation will be done by Gisela Veritien. She's the president of Clarea, and she's the president of Junior Achievements in Córdoba. Up next, we have some introduction words in the context of accelerated urbanization and pressure on public services. The local governments are facing a grave challenge to respond to the needs of our communities with increasingly limited resources. In this scenario, reviewing and transforming the tax structure becomes a strategic priority. The local tax structure, the way in which the tax burden is structured and managed at the municipal level, defines not only the capacity for revenue collection but also the political anatomy and the potential of local governments to promote territorial equity and social cohesion. The tax structure highlights the relationship between local fiscal policies and national regulatory frameworks. In many countries, the reduction of national transfers and the restrictions on increasing subnational taxes have compromised the sustainability of local administrations, further limiting their capacity to act. This situation reinforces the need to defend fiscal autonomy and their own resources of the local and regional authorities, which are fundamental for implementing sustainable development policies. This panel will be moderated by Gisela Veritier. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. For me, it's an honor to moderate this panel with academics, with scholars, with mayors who are so important, who the experience of learning what's going on in other places is going to help us to see other experiences and to get to know this topic so important that is related to the local tax structure, which is a challenge that all the cities and the administrations have every day. And I would like to reflect on something before we start, which is that local funding is not just a technical issue or a tax collection issue. It's an expression of a link between citizens, the territory, and the state. This tax structure shows us what is the real power of local governments to fulfill their mandate. It's important to know that from the fiscal theory, there are certain principles that are managed, which is the principle of correspondence, tax decentralization, the equity, the efficiency, the fiscal and administrative capacity, and also innovation and legitimacy. There are many challenges which we are going to talk about here, which is what's the participation of self-generated income in the different sources of collection, what is the dependence of transfers that are conditioned, which is the political resistance to modify and update the tax rates. When we talk about the political resistance, we're also talking about local, provincial, and national resistance. And also tax evasion, informality, the lack of current records, these are all topics that I would like to talk about, and also what opportunities and trends are emerging, the revaluation of a closed government. Also, it's a trend that I would like to analyze. Also, some topics like georeferencing, artificial intelligence, and the taxes that could exist in relation to the sustainability of the city and the use of the urban space. To organize ourselves in this panel, I would propose to work on 6 general questions in which I would like you to answer from your experience. And in the case of Maximiliano, who is a professor of tax law, I would like to ask you about the experience of what you've seen in the world and the new trends. So thank you very much. And let's go to the first question to start. First with Magay. Did I say it right? Yes. First question. Which is the main source of tax income from your municipality, and how did it change?
Thank you so much. I wait for people to use their headsets. Thank you for the question. In general, we don't have different sources of revenues. We have different sources of revenues depending on what we can impose in our territory. For example, we have some taxes that go to feed the budget of the state, and we have the taxes that will have an impact on the territorial communities. There is a part that is covered by the state, but shared by the state and the local communities. So this is the financial transfer made by the state in the direction of the communities, but we don't have specifically one related to tax that go to directly feed the territorial communities. And we in these communities have national taxes that are collected by the national administration that go to the hands of the communities. There are some taxes that are used at a local level, and we are going to talk about taxes that go and feed the national budget. And we used a revolutionary project for the population to pay for more taxes. But populations, of course, it is not very easy to pay for taxes, and we truly know that. So we implemented a pedagogical process to invite populations to comply with the taxes so that they can voluntarily make the payment, and all of these state taxes that cover some of the expenses of the communities, we have specific contributions for that. There is the local economic contribution. If we specify that will feed the community, this comes from housing taxes, and that's the heaviest burden to be able to implement a revolutionary and pedagogical process to avoid communities to invite communities to pay for that. We did a sociology methodology. It is not only asking for people to pay for the taxes. This is used in goods that are used by the people. So we invite them to pay for that. As I was saying, as a population, it is not easy to motivate them to pay for taxes, of course, at least the African population and the population from Senegal. It is very difficult to collect taxes. So what did we do in the face of that? It is a psychological approach. We have a difficult relationship with taxes. In the past, Senegal was a French colony. Those who did not pay for taxes were sanctioned very violently and punished. So with that psychology in mind, when you talk to them about taxes, they had a tendency of being afraid, of course. So what do we have to do to reassure them that they will be fine? That the term of taxes must be translated into an accessible language. This pay system of taxes is different, and sometimes they are so complicated that population does not understand how they work, and they don't know the idea of the taxes, that they cannot make the estimations. So it is the tax authority, the one in charge of calculating that. So we try to make this word simpler. Instead of talking about taxes, we talk about contribution. And the idea of contribution was an accessible term for the population. So we changed the term, and that really helped. And that allows us to address the community. Your contribution will be useful to make our lifestyle, our livelihood feasible. What happens with taxes at the level of communities is that we have a strong focus on housing, and that has an impact on the quality of life of people. 7%, you won't believe me, but I said 7% of the tax potential of housing has taxes. We said that apart from changing this term from taxes to contribution, we created a device for celebration of payment. It is an approach that we took that is very useful, and we changed the idea of the sanction. We celebrate the payment, and once a person makes a contribution, comes with a tax declaration, and then they go and pay for that tax, we will implement some holograms, and at a local language, you will have the identification there. They receive an ID that they can place on the door of their homes, so the rest of the community can know that this person paid for the taxes. Instead of stigmatizing, and as everyone wants to be acknowledged, that is how we changed the way in which people conceive of these taxes. And when we have this label, this ID, and we can identify taxpayers, we can have a communication campaign within the community to be able to show the entire population everything that they do. So once you go in front of a house, you can actually identify the person who paid and the person who did not pay for that. Each person is given a card to access to some public services. So when they pay for those taxes, they can have free access to specific benefits. and they are given priority in some areas. This is a strategy that we started implementing this year. I was elected in February 2022 as a mayor. I have been working there for 3 years, so we created this strategy. The impact will be assessed to see the voluntary commitment of people and how we were successful or not in this community, thanks to the use of psychological methodologies, of having a pedagogical approach, and to motivate the population to make their contributions, because those contributions are the first step or the first link with the citizen and the community, and we can have access to all of the inhabitants. The citizen is aware of the obligations and their contributions, and we want to transform their mindsets for them to feel as good taxpayers for the well-being of the community. Thank you so much. Abdul Gafur Isufo, President of Matola Rio, Mozambique. I wanted to ask you, well, first of all, if you could tell us about public revenues. Which strategy are you using to improve collection from the municipalities? So maybe if you can tell us where you're coming from and how you do that.
Thank you very much, everyone. As I said, I'm the president of the Municipal Council of Matola, which is a municipality in the Republic of Mozambique in the south of Africa. We have taken on this government. We have been inaugurated in February last year, and this is a municipality that was that came from agricultural lands. It had zero infrastructure. We started having some industrialization, a large factory called Mozao that occupied the territory and that took on the land and started bringing investment to the area. And the government, which was a mistake, we did not anticipate this to organize the construction of houses. Each person started building their own way, and there are great challenges in our nation: roads, water, energy, and ordering land and housing. I had this great intervention prepared, and these are some questions that we have that are going to take some time. I think we have some time here. How long do I have? 8 minutes, okay. My colleague has spoke extensively. We have similarities in how we obtain our income and how it's used. In the city of Matola Rio, Mozambique, we have a part of the central government. We receive a part of the revenue of the centralized government, and it's distributed and redistributed to all of the different municipalities and all the different provincial governments and district governments. The municipalities receive a percentage, which is not a lot. It's quite a small percentage, and we have the challenge of collecting to pay for our expenses. We have a 5-year plan to be fulfilled, and we need to run after this bridge. We have to try to pay back the losses. We have the challenge in which if we want to collect a tax, the population in Matola Rio is not used to paying taxes. They would build the services, but they wouldn't pay the city. We built the services and nobody paid anything. So We have the challenge of making citizens understand, the people who live in that area, that understand that they need to pay taxes in order to have good roads, to have drinking water, energy, and everything that is missing there in Matole. There is a part of the population that doesn't have drinking water or energy, and we need to try to provide those means to that population. When we arrived on this, the only road that was paved by the Mosao factory is the only road that we had, and it's an old road and it requires restoration. The other ways into the town are dirt roads, and when it rains, it's very difficult to use them. So we have to influence our citizens so that they pay the taxes. What we did, we don't have databases. We didn't know how many houses, how many homes we had. So we hired young people to create a record, and that record is at 50%, 30%. We still have a lot of work to do to learn how many houses do we have, how much business infrastructure do we have, and what is our population. We are not stopping. We are still going to try to collect our taxes. And last year we had our first meeting to collect taxes with the IPRA, which is our housing tax. And the tax is not paid mostly. Well, we are doing a campaign to legalize the order of land. You need to pay to occupy a plot of land, and the idea is that they should pay annually once property tax, and we did that so that they can stay in those lands. We have a program that we are developing after experiences we had after traveling to Portugal, to Brazil, and these programs are the baggage that we brought back from those countries, that they've had the experience of being ruled for a long time, and this experience was to educate the youth, the children. It's necessary to educate them, to tell them that it's necessary to pay taxes. We have to go to the neighborhoods to explain the need for paying taxes, because population is always asking for things. They're always asking, and they don't know how we do things. That this comes from such contribution. It doesn't matter if it is a little. If it is a little, it becomes a large amount to build roads and provide water. This is what we try to relate to our citizens. We had a colleague with his suggestion of putting stickers on houses that paid taxes. That is an experience that we can take to our country. We need to convince citizens on the fact that paying and contributing to the city, to the municipality, is mandatory. We have done works where we have had efforts where we divided the tax. We suggested installments for plots of land where they have to build houses, and we had areas into plots, say where are we going to have housing, where we're going to have businesses or industry, and from that on to turn it into a source of revenue. Everyone must pay taxes, and this is the experience that I want to bring, which is little, but it's a lot, because we are a new municipality to bring something so that we can all learn. Now we go to Maximiliano Reichmann, who is a professor of the tax law at the National University of Córdoba. I would like to talk about it after all of the experiences. What can you tell me about the latest trends in taxing, local financing, innovation that have been implemented in the different tax structures?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm very thankful for this invitation. I would like to thank the IOPD. I am different here in a way because I come from not only the academia but also from the professional exercise of taxes, and I've listened to the mayors of Africa and the problems they're having, and those are very similar to the ones that we have in our country. Our country is very large, and we have different challenges. In Córdoba, we are a very big city, and right next to Córdoba, we have very small towns where realities are very different. And we can talk about innovation, about tax structures, about looking for new resources, implementation of new technologies or mechanisms to be able to make collection more efficient. But there is something that we won't be able to solve in Argentina if we don't sit together and talk as adults regarding federalism. This was the axis of what I've mentioned and what I wanted to say here. Basically, in Argentina, I was listening to the first speaker when he talked about changing the name, in changing the term. Instead of using tax, using the word contribution to be friendlier and more understandable for the community, because what they are doing is contributing to the state so that they can finance their actions and meet their goals. In Argentina, it is not such. We have different tax structures, and each of them go to a different cause. For example, the tax comes from performing an economic activity for any service provision. And then we have the special contributions and fees that require from the performance of a service and a benefit that is achieved, that is given to the taxpayer. And this creates sort of a complex situation that ends up being an unconstitutional situation. From the reform of the 94, so over 30 years ago, we recognized the municipal autonomy, and as an essential part of this autonomy, we know the financial possibility of collecting their own taxes, and they impose the political obligation of stakeholders have a new co-participation agreement. That co-participation agreement that dates back from the 88, well, that was due in the 89. And there were some levels of government that were not recognized. The Autonomous City of Buenos Aires, it happened, for example. So the nation was working as that, not only at a national level, but there. We needed to coordinate how we shared this revenue and what were the different responsibilities of different parties to be able to have access to this contribution. The highest source of revenue of municipalities is the co-participation regime in the province, that they are obliged to do. There is everything that the nation imposes goes back to the smaller level. If you tax income in the nation, you have to do that at the local level. In Argentina, there is no tax that does not go to the national government. So municipalities or provinces cannot do much about this because that goes to the nation. So we have some contributions and fees to be able to afford the services provided. And that has an impact on the discussions that we need to have. We had a new co-participation agreement. We need a new one to be able to know the services that fall under each of the areas of the government, because the nation receives the entire piece of the pie, and then they share that. But we don't get to an agreement of the services provided by the nation, the province, and the municipality. Municipalities are receiving the largest burden of these types of services. We have to think that we're not only talking about drinking water, public lighting, public safety, education, public health, land registry, civil registry. There are a lot of services that are not individualized. So how do we afford those services? With taxes. Taxes that the municipalities cannot impose, but they have the autonomy to do that. And even if we do, we cannot impose that. So the federalism that we needed to rethink, you can imagine how it changed throughout these 30 years. In 2020, where we had the outbreak of the pandemic, so everyone had to learn new technologies, new ways of procurement. That made us rethink how we distribute not only the revenue, but also how we identify the expenses. We have had some tax agreements in 2017, for example. Then with the administration of Fernandez in 2021, we had a new agreement, but they have not been signed by all of the provinces. So federal co-participation in itself establishes in a section that as long as it is not modified, it will continue to create this problem. And if we don't have all of the stakeholders modify this co-participation law, it cannot be amended. You need to have the 24 jurisdictions, so the 23 provinces and the Autonomous City of Buenos Aires. In the reform, we saw that there is a central part of the system that is municipalities. We have a lot of municipalities in Argentina that have to be part of that discussion table to be able to identify the services that each of them will have in charge to be able to get the financial support that they need. For example, I can delegate the mistake of some municipalities of establishing fees that are taxes. We can say that municipalities are not imposing taxes as they should. We can say that they cannot do that because they don't have the resources to do that, because they have to work on the pressing matters. We can also say that we're looking for new modalities of extra taxes. We see that all of these attempts, when they go to the courts, but as I said before, we have this old law, so we cannot get to this new system. If we don't rethink that federalism, it will be very difficult for us to have an institutional improvement for municipalities and Argentina in general. Well, thank you so much, Maximiliano. Now it is the turn of Emilio Cordonier, Mayor of Ayacucho. Emilio, we would like for you to introduce yourself, to introduce your municipality, and for you to tell us what you do to articulate the local tax structure with the different challenges that you have in the municipality.
Good morning, my name is Emilio Cordonier. I would like to thank the city of Córdoba for the invitation, for receiving me, for the attention that you have paid every day, for the reception. I would like to congratulate them humbly from my spot for the organization of this. Ayacucho is a city in the province of Buenos Aires, in the center of the province of Buenos Aires. So we are 300 kilometers from Buenos Aires, a city of 22,000, population of 22,000, but it's in a very extensive subdivision of the province, Partido. The agricultural activity is the main driver of our economy, and we're close to certain areas of reference like Tandil, Mar del Plata, etc. I had brought a presentation. I don't know if we have 5 minutes. I don't know if we can show it.
¿Se puede pasar una presentación? Yo diría que continuemos.
¿No? Bueno.
Okay, we continue. I had a few.
Para graficar, digamos, algunas de las cuestiones que...
To exemplify a bit of the issues that we are talking about. First thing about the relationship of cities and provinces. Yes, that's going to make it easier for follow-up.
A ver si se pasa.
Let's see if we can change the slides.
Sí. Si la pueden pasar, por favor. La siguiente.
Okay, can we go to the next slide? Thank you. I'm going to show you a couple numbers. Yes, as we see how can we change the presentation. Okay. You can see following the line of what Maximiliano was saying. We see a relationship here with the nation, the provinces, of course, in the middle. We see a huge difference between the cities and the nation with the election. There is a gap between the possibility of collection and what is effectively collected. We have a 50% gap. We are collecting 50% less of what we should collect. This has a huge weight on the taxes on goods and services. So we have bad taxes and we are collecting badly. But we collect the most of the ones that are easy to collect. And that then trickles down to the provinces and the cities. We're having the discussion today at the Argentine level. We're talking with Cassie about the situation in Brazil. It's quite similar in that sense, with a great assignment of resources. Almost 79% of taxes are collected by the nation, 17% by the provinces, and 4% only by the municipalities. If we look at that in comparison to the GDP, 23% of that collection is in the province, 5% in provinces, and 1% in the municipalities. So in relation to the GDP, only 1% it goes to the municipalities. And to go to a particular sector, the agricultural sector, the different taxes, the export duties, then the rural tax, and only 0.4% goes to municipalities. So the problem is not in the tax pressure which is discussed from the national government. If you're looking at what do the cities, you don't get the tax pressure on the cities, but rather at the national level. That is, and what it's doing with the resources that it receives. And this is the expense. How do we expend? This is the public expenditure. All of the different levels have their different collections. That's a total collection. It should be returned to the citizen in goods and services. This is the consolidated public expenditure. You see 57% by the nation, 35% by the provinces, and 8% by the municipalities. I was talking about this with the mayor of La Plata. So the problem of the excess of public expenditure is not municipal expenditure. So if we look at both sides of the coin, the collection is not in the municipalities level. The problem is not there, and in relation to the expenditure, it's not there either. The relationship with the province is that you have a centrality in collection and you have imbalances in distribution. There you can see the taxpayers in Ayacucho pay to national taxes. They pay export duties, the VAT, income tax, property tax, etc. They pay gross income, car tax, sales tax, debits and credits, and they pay in Ayacucho. They pay municipal taxes and duties. But now we think if it's a better government, it's the one that provides the most services. So that makes you think. This is you can look at the 75% of resources from the budget that comes from other jurisdictions. That is always leaving less money than it left, and 25% is collected here in the city, in the municipality. Here you have the one more, please. Thank you. This forces the cities, the municipalities, to try to be efficient locally. We have been working to distribute better at a local level this price of the taxes and the institutions. And if you look at this, it's almost 80% of the road tax, and the road contribution, and the road tax that is going to be used for road maintenance. You see, a few years, only 37% was used for that, and now it's 52%. And to conclude, next slide, please. No, the thing is, consider thinking about with equity retribution principles. And we were talking about before, in the case of Argentina, we have a 50% gap between the collection and what should be collected and what is actually collected. With our road tax, we have 85% of collectability and 62% of our services, the tax or services to the citizen. And then we need to receive the part that we receive from the federal government. Some conclusions. As I was saying at the beginning, the highest tax pressure is not at the local government level. The largest volume of public expenditure is not at the level of the local governments. However, the greatest efficiency is at the local level. Local governments are more effective at distributing, and that means because you see where you are sending those local taxes, and local governments are the ones that provide the most services. And as challenges to work on, we need to improve the coordination among the different levels of government, to create to work with our better federal tax structure. The law of co-participation is a temporary regime in 1988 and it's still in vigor. It's been a long transition, but we need to review that through the different levels of government. We need to favor decentralization. We need to promote autonomy of local governments. We need to think about a reversed fiscal federalism. And we need to think about the equilibrium, the balance. There are moments in the country where we are talking about a larger state, a smaller state, larger market, less market. And we are convinced that the solution is with the state. It's going to be better with the state, and not with a larger or smaller state, but a balanced state at the local, provincial, and federal levels. And to distribute the resources and the responsibility, and that each level of government is responsible for the services that they need to provide. We need to become closer to the neighbors to try to solve their problems from the allocation of resources. And the ones that are closer are the municipal governments. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bueno, vamos a...
We're going to call Casio Trochildo from the Secretary of Citizen Governance and Rural Development of Porto Alegre. Nice to meet you, Casio. I would like to hear from you about the place you come from and the lessons or learnings that you can share with the other governments in terms of financing.
Bom dia.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to congratulate the city of Córdoba, IOPD, with the great conference that we're having. We're learning a lot. We're sharing a lot of experiences. Porto Alegre is the capital of Rio Grande do Sul, the most southern state, and bordering Argentina. We had a catastrophe with flooding. The city of Porto Alegre had 30% of the territory flooded. 497 municipalities, 70% of them were affected in a way. A tax reform situation is not different from that of Latin American countries. In Brazil, we have the 10th economy regarding the GDP ratio that we have. The tax burden is 32% of the burden. It is very high, and the concentration is not different from the concentration of wealth. Regarding the context in Argentina, the national state collects 77%, and they remain with the 50%. They share the other 10% with the municipalities and provincial states. And they remain with great part in the provinces. They take a lot from that collection, and in municipalities they don't. We have been talking about tax reforms for a long time. From 66 we have the code. The constitution dates back to the 88. with the constitution. I'm sorry. Taxpayers paid for a lot of taxes, but municipalities did not get the resources to meet the needs of the population. In Brazil, they have a unique health system that is very good, but it is undergoing a collapse because we have a lot of expenses, and the responsibility falls on the municipalities because they have less resources than the rest of the country. We are talking about tax reform in Brazil, but actually they are doing only a reorganization of how they collect taxes. So nothing has changed from the perspective of sharing or distribution. So we have the law that establishes some guarantees. We have the transition period up to 2032. And we have the same collection at municipalities, provinces, and the national state. So if we simplify these taxes, it will go from 2026 to the 32, so we'll have new taxes that will start with small aliquots and contributions to goods and services. That will be a federal tax that will be collected by the country and will keep on being 67% of the total collection. And that of goods and services will be divided and shared between municipalities and provinces. So that national tax will replace some other 6 taxes that are currently in force in Brazil. So from 2026 to the 36, these new 2 taxes will have a gradual aliquot and then some other until they become until they are completed. That seems very positive and all that. It will facilitate collection, of course, and will improve the contributions from the country. With all that, well, we're having a discussion about a creation of an administration council of these new taxes on goods and services. And this discussion falls in the municipalities. In Brazil, we have 2 municipal national entities, one national confederation of municipalities that has all of the small municipalities, and the national table of mayors that gathers the largest municipalities with over 80,000 inhabitants and the capitals. 450 municipalities represented by the National Board of Mayors. So they are having discussions about this council. Municipalities want for the representation be proportional to the collection. The small municipalities, that are the ones that are in charge of production, they want for that share to be more federal, more equitable. So that is the current discussion that we are having right now. We need to go to justice and see how municipalities will be represented. After 30 years of discussion, no agreement has been reached, and the ones that collect the shortest amount are the municipalities. So nothing has changed in this so-called tax reform of Brazil, that it is not actually a reform. It is only a simplification, a tax simplification. Okay, we have some more minutes for questions by the audience. I don't know if you have any question.
¿Qué tal? Buenas. How are you? Good afternoon. Well, good morning. Sorry. I would like to ask a legal question to Dr. Reichen. Dr. Reichman. Knowing about from this graph that most of the collection is done by the nation, and the nation does not give as many services in a place like Córdoba, or I guess it's the same in Ayacucho, that the collection is bad, that the taxes are bad. Legally, how can we, what should we change at a national level? Of course, the provincial registries, Córdoba has a larger autonomy. Probably Córdoba has one of the largest autonomies. It's at the same level of maybe Mendoza, Santa Fe, Buenos Aires. At a national level, at the level of national representatives and senators, what should we change, modify, or regulate to create, other than creating a co-participation law for municipalities that provide almost the entirety of the services? Maybe the province has something with hospitals, the schools, and the police. The national government for Cordobese doesn't bring much. Maybe some defense, maybe some national justice, federal justice. And that's that's all that we receive here as a service in Córdoba. What should we change to generate a federal taxing system so that the local authorities can have a better collection ability?
Hi, Juan. We can rethink taxation from different perspectives. What's important, as the mayor of Ayacucho said, we need to assess the reality of Argentina. As it is so big, the economy is very diverse. It is not the economy in La Pampa, in the mountains, in the north, that has been subjected to conflicts due to poverty, or maybe in the south, where we have a great mining operations. So realities are so different in Argentina that we should think about customizing taxes for the different provinces, actually. Maybe in Córdoba, with some sectors of Buenos Aires, Entre Ríos, Santa Fe, maybe they have some similarities. For example, with Ayacucho regarding agricultural operations, we are very similar, but not with other sectors of the province, of course. But specifically regarding municipalities, if we keep on thinking on taxes as these three levels that we have, contributions, fees, and taxes, I think that we need to change the reform of the law on co-participation. It is obligatory for us to follow that, because that falls under the last reform. And this is a political decision. It is not even a legal matter. At a specific point, politicians must analyze and stop trying to provide small fixes for reality. So far, what they have been doing is create small patches for the job generation, or agreements for tax consensus for the income tax to be homogeneous and avoid some differences. There are some other issues that we're having with electronic taxation as well. But municipalities are the ones that have the largest amount of services to be provided, and they are not enabled to exercise their autonomy because they cannot apply the taxes that have been already applied by the nation, and the law forbids them to do that. So the consequence of doing away with the participation, and where should we start? What happens if any of the provinces, because the municipality cannot do that, right? Remember, in 88, they didn't have the acknowledgement of autonomy. What happens if Córdoba goes out of co-participation? They could abide by the income tax. What would happen with Córdoba people? They would pay for income tax in Córdoba and in Argentina, so double taxation for them. The Co-Participation Act came from the Senate. At a specific point, a group of senators should push to take to Congress the idea of a new law. It is not a legal mechanism, but a political one, actually. Well, thank you so much. We don't have more time for more questions, but I would like to close this panel with all of the experiences that you brought. It has been very useful for us to be here, the experiences of different municipalities. We have now more concepts and access for debate in this Congress. Experiences, for example, having databases where you can see the land occupation, the different stickers to identify taxpayers, or the experience from Senegal of changing the term from tax to contribution, then the co-participation issue, and the idea of thinking about a new co-participation system that from the 84 has not been completed in a way. So we need to shed more light on the tax burden, whether it should come from the municipality, the province, or the state. And we also need to talk about tax reform, for example, in Porto Alegre, new taxations, and how they become implemented with different councils, and what are the target audiences or destinations for that. So all of the experiences have been very, very insightful, and I would like to thank you and continue to participate in the conference. Thank you so much, and congratulations. I would like to thank the municipality for this wonderful event. Thank you, Gisela Veritier, who assisted us as a moderator. I would like to invite the Secretary of Citizen and Youth Participation of the Municipality of Córdoba, Juan Domingo Viola. That was the person who asked the question. And the Undersecretaries of Participation Policies, Germán Bocio, and of Citizen and Youth Participation, Paulo Pineda, so that you can deliver these gifts for the speakers of this panel. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you, Maximiliano. Thank you, Emilio. Thank you, Casio. Thank you, Abdul. Thank you, Magueye. Thank you, Gisela. We have shared this panel with all of you on tax system for local funding. Now, I invite you to take a picture. A round of applause for you. Next, we'll have a break, and we'll meet again in this venue at 2 p.m. Thank you so much. We remind you to give the headsets back so that you can recover your IDs. Thank you.
Blue jeans, white shirt, walked into the room, you know you made my eyes burn. I was like a James Dean, for sure. You're so fresh with death and sick as cancer. You were sort of punk rock, I grew up on hip hop, but you fit me better than my favorite sweater. And I know that love is mean and love hurts, but I still remember the day we met in December. Oh baby, I will love you till the end of time. I would wait a million years. Promise you remember that you're mine. Baby, can you see through the tears? I love you more than those pictures before. Say you remember, say you remember. Oh baby, I will love you till the end of time. Big dreams, gangsta. Said you had to live to start a life over. I was like, no, please stay here. We don't need no money, we can make it all work. But we had it on Sunday, said it come on Monday. I stayed up waiting, anticipating and pacing, but he was chasing papers. Caught up in the game, that was the last I heard. I will love you till the end of time. I would wait a million years. Promise you remember that you're mine. Baby, can you see through the tears? I love you more than those pictures before. Say you remember, say you remember. Oh baby, I will love you till the end of time. You went out every night, and baby, that's alright. I told you that no matter what you did, I'd be by your side. Cause I'm alright or die, whether you fail or fly. Well, shit, at least you tried. But when you walk out the door, a piece of me died. We were dancing all night, 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 we were dancing all night. I will love you till the end of time. I would wait a million years. Promise you remember that you're mine.
watching you. Every single day, every word you say, every game you play, every night you stay, I'll be watching you. Oh, can't you see you belong to me? How I pull her aches with every step you take, every move you make, every bow you break, every smile you fake, every claim you stake, I'll be watching you. Since you've gone, I'll be lost without a trace. A dream at night, I can only see your face. I look around, but it's you I can't replace. I feel so cold and I long for your embrace. I keep crying, baby, baby, every move you make, every bow you break, every single day. Oh, can't you see you belong to me? How I pull her aches with every step you take, oh, every move you make, every bow you break, every smile you fake, every claim you stake, I'll be watching you. Every move you make, every step you take, I'll be watching you. Yeah, I'll be watching you. I'll be watching you. Ooh, yeah. Every bond you break, I'll be watching you. Every single day, every word, I'll be watching you.
Ah, sí, sí.
Yeah, I'll be watching you. Every breath you take, every bond you break, yeah, I'll be watching every single day. I'll be watching every game you play. Yeah, I'll be watching you.
Sí, sí. Oh, sí. 1, 2, 3, sí. Sí, oh, sí. Sí, oh, sí. Oh, oh.
Every single day, every word you say, every game you play, every night you stay.
Sí, oh, ah, sí, sí. Sí, oh, ah, sí.
I've been trying to do it right. I've been living a lonely life. I've been sleeping here instead. I've been
Sí,
sleeping
hola, sí,
in my
oh, ah,
bed.
sí.
Sleeping in my bed.
Hola, sí, sí, oh, sí.
Show me
Ah, oh, sí.
all the blood that I would bleed. I don't know where I belong. I don't know where I went wrong, but I can write a song. I belong to you, you belong to me. You're my sweetheart. I belong to you belong to me. You're my sweet. I belong to you.
would be the best therapy for me. All the crazy shit I did tonight, those would be the best memories. I just wanna let it go for the night. That would be the best therapy for me. Hey, hey, yeah, yeah. Hey, hey, yeah, all the crazy shit I did tonight, those would be the best memories. I just wanna let it go for the night. That would be the best therapy for me. All the crazy shit I did tonight, those would be the best memories. I just wanna let it go for the night. That would be the best therapy for me. Hey, hey, yeah, yeah. 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 Hey, hey, yeah, yeah.
Over the seas on above the sky, stars will shine no matter what you fight. Where it has to be over. All those eyes windows of the dark, waiting to call the love that raise their hearts. They all want this world over. Shoot me down, I'm bleeding out, but I still show the world what they all wanna hear. Shoot me down, I'm bleeding out, but I still show the world what they all wanna hear. They just wanna breathe. Over the seas on above the sky, stars will shine no matter what's your fight. Where it has to be over. All those eyes in the sound of dark, waiting to glow the love that raise their hearts. They just want this world over. Shoot me down, I'm bleeding out, but I still show the world what they all wanna hear. Whoa, shoot me down, I'm bleeding out, but I still show the world what they all wanna hear. They just wanna breathe, yeah. Over the seas on above the skies, stars will shine no matter what's your fight. Where it has to be over. All those eyes with the sound that dark, waiting to glow the love that raise their hearts. They just want this world over. Lift me up, don't hit the ground, let's go deeper until your heart explodes. Life will never over. You know, the love is the reason, the love is the start, and it's never coming down. Love is never over.
I've never seen a diamond in the flesh. I cut my teeth on wedding rings in the movies, and I'm not proud of my address. In a turnout town, no postcode envy, but every song's like teeth breakers dripping in the bathroom, bloodstains, ball gowns, rushing in the hotel room. We don't care. We're driving Cadillacs in a dream, but everybody's like crystal Maybachs, diamonds on your timepiece, jet planes, islands, tigers on a cold dish. We don't care. We aren't caught up in a love affair, and we'll never be royal. It's a running over blood. That kind of luck's just in for us. We crave a different kind of buzz. Let me be your ruler. You can call me Queen Bee, and baby I'll rule. Let me live that fantasy. My friends and I will crack the code. We count our dollars on the train to the party, and everyone who knows us knows that we're fine with this. We didn't come from money, but every song's like teeth breakers dripping in the bathroom, bloodstains, ball gowns, rushing in the hotel room. We don't care. We're driving Cadillacs in a dream, but everybody's like crystal Maybachs, diamonds on your timepiece, jet planes, islands, tigers on a cold dish. We don't care. We aren't caught up in a love affair, and we'll never be royal. It's a running over blood. That kind of luck's just in for us. We crave a different kind of buzz. Let me be your ruler. You can call me Queen Bee, and baby I'll rule. Let me live that fantasy. We're bigger than we ever dreamed, and I'm in love with being queen. Life is great without a care. And we'll never be Let me be your ruler. And baby I'll
I did my best to notice when the call came down the line. Up to the platform of surrender, I was brought, but I was kind. And sometimes I get nervous when I see an open door. Close your eyes, clear your heart.
C.
Cut the cord. Are we human? Or are we dancer? My sign is vital. My hands are cold. And I'm on my knees looking for the answer. Are we human? Or are we dancer? Pay my respects to grace and virtue. Send my condolences to good. Give my regards to Soul and Romans. They always did the best they could. And so long to devotion. It taught me everything I know. Wave goodbye, wish me well. You gotta let me know. Are we human? Or are we dancer? My sign is vital. My hands are cold. And I'm on my knees looking for the answer. Are we human? Or are we dancer? Will the system be alright when you dream of home tonight? There is no message we're receiving. Let me know if your heart's still beating. Are we human? Or are we dancer? My sign is vital. My hands are cold. And I'm on my knees looking for the answer. Are we human? Or are we dancer? Are we human? Or are we dancer? There is freedom within. There is freedom without. Try to catch the lunch in the paper cup. There's a battle ahead. Many battles are lost, but you never see the end of the road while you're traveling with me. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes in, they come to build a wall between us. We know they won't win. Now I'm towing my car. There's a hole in the roof. My possessions are causing me suspicion, but there's no proof. In the paper today, tales of war and of waste, but you turn right over to the TV page. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes in, they come to build a wall between us. We know they won't win.
ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the following session. Metropolitan areas towards a new governance. Metropolitan areas today represent one of the most complex and dynamic forms of territorial organization. The steady growth of the urban population, rural exodus, the expansion of urban sprawl, real estate pressure, and the interdependence between central cities and surrounding municipalities have generated new challenges for territorial planning, governance, and equity in access to services and rights. In many cases, this growth has occurred disorderly, with the proliferation of informal settlements and neighborhoods located in peripheral areas, far from decision-making centers and basic infrastructure. These areas are often concentrate the most vulnerable populations facing living conditions marked by poverty, lack of essential services, and inadequate housing. So we have a lot of restraints. Metropolitan management requires comprehensive approaches that acknowledge the diversity of the territory and promote social and territorial inclusion. We need to rethink metropolitan governance from a co-governance perspective that promotes decentralization and strengthens interjurisdictional coordination spaces. This session will address the present and future challenges of metropolitan areas in the field of planning and governance from a perspective of territorial, fair, and participatory decentralization. We have our speakers of this panel. I would like to invite to the stage Gabriel Fernandez Arjona, representative of Metropolitan Citizenship from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Welcome, Gabriel. I would also like to call Renata Sene, president of the Brazilian Republican Foundation, Sao Paulo, and former mayor of Francisco de Morato, Brazil. Welcome, good afternoon. I call to the stage Sergio Arredondo from Mexico, Secretary General of FLAGMA, the Foundation of Municipalities of Latin America. I would also like to call our visitor from Peru, Jesus Maldonado, Mayor of Lima. And from Córdoba, and as Mayor of Malagueño, a beautiful place of our province, Marcos Fey. Good afternoon, Mayor. We also have the Secretary of Government of the Municipality of Córdoba, Sergio Fernandez. He will be one of the speakers of this panel. As a moderator, we have the Mayor of Sal Si Puedes, David Strasorier. Good afternoon. Up next, in this 24th conference of the International Observatory of Participatory Democracy, IOPD, we will be listening to the concept in the framework of metropolitan areas towards a new governance. Good afternoon, everyone. Dear speakers, it is a great honor for me to be here to moderate this panel, filled with people who have very strategic places, and we'll talk about a very strategic issue that is governance, and the new governance in particular. I think that the current context are requesting that we rethink of this concept of new governance. I was reading the work of each of you and analyzing some of the ideas to be able to ask you a question, because ask you questions because these proposals are very important and they come from the experiences and will be seen in the slides. I don't know if you would like to speak first. This is open. Gabriel, maybe, as you are the first city there. Welcome to Córdoba. I have a presentation here. Where should I point?
Debería arrancar, ¿no?
Perdón, moderador.
I'm sorry, moderator. David, they told me that there was an order to be followed. That's the order of the presentations. 1 second, please.
¿Quién sería la persona?
Yo estaba tratando de... Si comienza Rodrigo.
We will start with Rodrigo. I'm really sorry. Sorry, Rodrigo. You will see. We integrate cities, the world of the kids. We integrate services. We integrate mobility, sustainability, environmental preservation. We integrate opportunities as well, training, culture. Good afternoon, everyone. Are you mayor? Well, there we go. Thank you so much, David. He is part of the Metropolitan Center of Córdoba. Thank you for being the moderator of this panel. This was a short video that we created, and it summarizes over a year of work at the Metropolitan entity, and I wanted to share this with you. It is a real honor for me to be part of this panel as well, to be able to be here with you, to share Córdoba's experiences, Córdoba as a metropolitan area with our metropolitan entity. That is a very young institution, actually, that started operating at the end of 2022, operated by the now governor of the province of Córdoba, that is Martín Charllora, former mayor of Córdoba, and together with Miriam Prunoto, the vice governor of the province. And at that time, it was the mayor of one of the municipalities.
Bueno, ¿se escucha ahí o no?
Hola. Este tampoco. Hola.
Hola. ¿El SUAEM está presente? ¿No? Bueno. No. Bueno, Miriam Prunoto era quien hoy es la vicegobernadora, era intendente de
Miriam Prunoto was part of the metropolitan entity.
Por una razón geográfica están alrededor de...
Sorry, they left the microphone, so from the booth we cannot listen to the speaker.
Con la intendencia de Daniel Pacerini, que es el intendente de la ciudad de Córdoba, profundizamos esa acción, logrando incorporar 16 municipios al ente metropolitano y con una proyección de 11 municipios más a los que ya estamos conformando y llegando a 27. Este es un trabajo que ha ido creciendo y que se ha ido haciendo cada vez más profundo justamente por el concepto metropolitano con el que hemos trabajado y con el que trabaja nuestra provincia y nuestro municipio, que es un poco lo que hoy nos convoca en este...
Now they have the microphone back. We need to integrate, communicate, and humanize from the provincial government and the municipality of Córdoba. What we want is to strengthen the metropolitan area with an integration by understanding that the challenges that we are facing imply that the problems that municipalities may have locally are common problems that are shared problems that require solutions by different entities. So we need more involvement. We have 16 municipalities that gathered over 2 million inhabitants. In these 16 municipalities that are geotagged and that go beyond the borders. Integration goes beyond the border of one locality from the other, understanding that the concept joins one municipality to the other and does not separate them. And challenges are shared in culture, in economy, in health, in the territorial development, and a lot of actions that we share and we need to solve together. We have three main pillars. One of them is the co-advocacy of this community. We want to create development and growth of each of the municipalities where we are, of each of the local governments. And the second one has to do with what we call the metropolitan key, that is regional cooperation. What we have used, and we have been repeating this idea, no one will be saved alone. Problems are shared because all of us have the same problems. What changes is maybe the size of the problem. Because municipalities have a different structure and maybe they are smaller or larger, but the problems are the same. And the key is to cooperate. And then leadership of the local government. You need to be part of a metropolitan organization. And Martin Jarjora and Passerini had that idea of creating this entity, but the municipalities changed the political colors, the leadership roles, but we could project this to other municipalities. If it hadn't been thanks to the leadership of those who developed this, we wouldn't be able to keep on strengthening this entity. The consolidation is the administrative and self-sufficient system that needs cooperation, but the work at the metropolitan entity is to create an actual governance. We started being a planning entity, an implementation and oversight entity. Planning, implementation for works and services. And then metropolitan realities showed us that we had to work on sustainable mobility, management of waste, and citizen participation and culture, health, modernization of the state, and touristic and economic development to be able to create revenues for the municipalities with the different competencies that are within each of them. How do we do this? Of course, this is voluntary. Municipalities have the possibility of participating here, but it is not mandatory. We have an equitable distribution. Here we have the mayors of Salsipuedes, for example, here in the panel, and of Malagueño. The size of the municipality is not important. All of them have a say in our matters. The functioning of the entity only takes 6% of the budget that we have. 94% of the budget is destined to integration, services, of collective work to solve problems in the communities. And the core of our revenue regarding resources is the voluntary contribution of each of the municipalities of 2% of the provincial co-participation. So that's where we get the revenue from, or the funds from. The city of Córdoba contributes to 94%, but they have only one vote, and their opinion is as important as the rest of the municipalities. We were talking about the core of this metropolitan entity. We need to foster a metropolitan management model that is based in cooperation between municipalities with active participation and with territorial equity or equality. Participation as key, equity, solutions, and cooperation as the basis to be able to solve problems. We have an interdisciplinary work that we call, that fall within these three pillars: the state, the private place, the private spheres, and universities. With that, we can have the representation, the presence of the state towards a community that is organized and that can actually participate. That is key to be able to strengthen democracy, which is everyone here is trying to motivate now. You can see here the government of Córdoba is key for our work. Cormecor is the association of 40 municipalities to manage the waste of the metropolitan area. ADEC is the agency of Córdoba that fosters development of the city. And we have had our strategic partnerships with metropolitan area of Medellin. We have a lot to learn from them. And we have created a partnership to be able to exchange experiences and mainly public policies that have been successful in the administration of their metropolitan area. Then the Provincial University of Córdoba, National University of Córdoba, and CONICET as an axis for the assessment of the projects. The actions that we have been carrying out, apart from services, are these. For you to see how we translated this concept of real integration of the different challenges that we face. We have designed a metropolitan transport plan. We have fostered the construction of roads to be able to connect the different cities in a sustainable way. We foster energy sustainability and procuring LED lights. We are creating waste transfer centers to reduce the amount of waste that we take to the landfills of Cormecor, for Córdoba to have a lesser impact of this waste elimination. We have streamlined all the paperwork through the platform called Digital Citizen. Now we have the opportunity to integrate services. We are working on the health system for first responders. We have delivered ambulances to all of the municipalities. We have delivered 4 ambulances to the city of Córdoba. And this is key and stems from the cooperation. Yesterday, we delivered 1 high complexity ambulance to the city of Córdoba and 1 truck to make waste compacted. We gave them what they needed, and they gave the city what they needed. So this cooperation also exists when you have a real and actual integration, understanding that priorities have to be met not only with an economic investment, but also with efficient administration of the resources that we have. We could develop over 1,000 scholarships and trainings in artificial intelligence. We created operation centers for the metropolitan area because we need to have a smooth transition between municipalities who have the same or shared problems regarding health, for example, and the pandemics taught us. If we can create an integration in our approach, we will be able to solve this faster. And we also created the Metropolitan Olympiads. That is a sports integration that has no economic impact, actually, but it creates a movement and an exchange of cultural and recreational and sports exchange that is very significant for our cities. We are also working on this, that is having a PV park here, thanks to Cormecor. We will acquire this thanks to an international credit. This PV park will have a direct impact in the resources of municipalities that are related to lighting. We will create energy so that there can be a discount in what municipalities pay for. We could get that with endorsement of the province and through our institution. The challenges that we have ahead, as I said before, we started being 9 municipalities, then 11, and now 27. The sum of the municipalities is not just to say that we have more. The important thing here is that we can integrate more solutions because we understand this concept that problems are shared and they are solved with collective actions. So we have to keep on thinking about making it wider. We need to strengthen citizen participation. Of course, thanks to that, municipalities can actually put to the table what are the priorities of their different cities. They have a safe space to do that, and as we did yesterday in Malagueño, we had an extension of a healthcare center that allows for 24-hour care, and we also shortened the distance of some of the neighbors to healthcare. That was a strategic action, a specific action that the mayor brought to the metropolitan entity to solve with an investment of 40 million pesos. Another challenge is to consolidate integrated public services in climate emergencies. Those are interventions that we must address together to be able to have efficient and fast solutions. We need to include measurement and data. This has been implemented very recently. We know actually that we have our own data, all of us do. We know the population we have, the basic services they have, the rates of crimes, for example. But integrating those types of data allow us to focus on collective strategies and public policies that actually solve problems without limits, because no municipality can solve the problem of crime alone. And if you have to go to a different municipality, that place is unsafe, that will create a problem. So we need to think of a metropolitan perspective. That's what our people need. Management of international funding is also one of the axes. We have been having very good acceptance from the international market. Integration, the administration, the possibility of being a self-sufficient entity that gathers different political parties, different ideologies, but get together and have common goals. That has created trust for the international market, and that opened the door for investments in dollars that will allow us to perform works and projects that on our own we wouldn't be able to get. And lastly, the construction of these challenges will allow us to develop a more integrated society, of course, with specific solutions for our neighbors. And to complete with my presentation, David, I would like to say that we are facing shared challenges. And what is happening now in our country sheds more light on the roles of democracy and of the state. If we participate more and we create more participation and we listen to people who participate and we translate that into specific actions, we will have more efficient results. Local governments have a responsibility and they need to be more cooperative among themselves to solve these shared problems. And if we don't motivate participation and cooperation, we won't be able to solve the problems that we have on our own or alone. I would like to say, David and Marcos, it is an honor for me to be here with you and with other mayors who have sent these concepts that we have brought together. And I also think that I will also like to thank the entire observatory, and having Córdoba as the host is very important. It is a key moment for us to strengthen these types of opportunities and also for us to understand that local governments are the ones who have to solve the problems that we have on a daily basis and are the first barrier regarding the needs of our neighbors. But if we work together, if we listen to them, if we start collaborating and building solutions, collective solutions for shared problems, is the key that our country needs to move forward. Thanks so much for the participation. Thank you so much, Rodrigo. What I propose is that every time we have a speaker, maybe we can have a comment or a question from the audience. Maybe. In this case, it is a bit difficult because I am part of the metropolitan entity, and what we really learn there at this metropolitan entity is that we do not compete with each other, we cooperate with each other. The topic of this panel is governance, so I would like to ask you, can we talk about a cooperative and collaborative governance? Because otherwise it would be a parallel entity that goes apart from the government, but it is not like that. We support the government. So how can we have a collaborative and cooperative governance to be able to be strengthened with the growth of this metropolitan entity with more municipalities. The question was great, David. Last year, at this same spot, we organized the first Ibero-American session of metropolitan cities, and the next one will be in Brazil. And we were talking about from consolidation to governance. That is having the shared opportunity of having that willingness to support this institution. And through participation, we can strengthen governance as well. If you didn't have the participation rates that you have, it would be useless to be in this institution. And we see that same reality in other municipalities. So from 9, we went to 16, and then we will be 27. There is consensus, there is participation, there are specific actions. Pacerini Mayor always says, mayors, when we get together on a table, we want answers, we want actions. We don't want to explain to ourselves what we cannot solve. If from a session we cannot achieve a specific answer to our neighbors, that session was not useful. And we need to understand this to be able to strengthen the institution. Thank you so much, Rodrigo, for the entire work that you do. Now we'll give the floor to Sergio Arredondo, Secretary General of FLACMA, Mexico.
Sí funcionó. ¿Qué tal? Muy buenas.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. I would like to thank again this invitation that was made to us by the city of Córdoba. We come from so far away from Mexico to be able to have these dialogues and these meetings. Thank you in particular to, from my organization, maybe most of you don't know it. It's the Latin American Federation of Municipalities. It groups 4,000 cities in all throughout the 33 countries in Latin America. And this organization seeks throughout many topics the development. It seeks to create synergy, to build alliances, to find ways to solve problems. This metropolitan area issue is complex, it's multi-factored, and it requires a large architecture of solutions. And FLACMA, as many of the other organizations that you're part of, is working on different trenches, different environments to build alliances, partnerships with international organisms, networks, experts, academic institutions, and of course national governments, congresses, to solve this metropolitan problem as well as many other problems, trying to achieve the common goal that gathers us here in Córdoba, to improve the municipal institutions. From FLACMA, from our federation, that we also have an authority of FLACMA, who is the Peruvian speaker. He's my boss in this organization that groups all of the organizations from the different municipalities. We all work as a team, working towards those solutions. From that point of view, you're working in relation to cities in first place. From our point of view, the metropolitan area issue is a city issue. This was very clear based on the presentation by the secretary about the metropolitan area in Córdoba and how cities are supposed to be and we want them to be at the center of the solution, of the ordered and structured solution. But to achieve this, we are a single homeland. We have many coincidences, historical, political, social coincidences, and we have common problems as well. One of them is what we see in Latin America that we seem to be overcoming. I have been working with this for 30 years, and we're seeing, sadly, a re-centralization process. I would talk about my country, but this would take me 2 hours. This is a long process of re-centralization where the national actors, the presidents, these philanthropic ogres of centralism that want to control everything and that they can solve anything in the cities. I've been working for 30 years without seeing any of these problems being solved. It's a carousel of the problems that come back in cycles, and then mayors are there and we see the national governments change and the problems are still there. The President López Obrador came in and disappeared and eliminated all of the funding projects that were for metropolitan areas, and all of the federal programs disappeared. And over the 6 years that he governed, he didn't speak a single time with mayors. So there's a huge problem of re-centralization. And that, added to the historical issues that we've been having, the political, the issues, the institutional issues, fiscal issues. How do citizens pay taxes? Well, the citizens in my country, they pay 10 pesos, and 80% goes to the federation, and only 4% goes to the cities. Institutional issues in my country, there's no re-election, and the current President Sheinbaum, decided to go back to the past with 3-year periods without re-election, making it impossible for mayors to be re-elected, and that leads to institutional weakness in municipalities. And when a colleague was asking me about how municipality function in Latin America, and I said, okay, it's a perfect model. Well, yes, I think that the goal is to fail. So if they want the municipal governments to fail, that's a perfect model. 3-year periods. It's going to make us fail. It's going to make municipal governments fail. She was to have the resources. She's the savior of the country. She thinks she can solve the problems of 125 million inhabitants, and it doesn't happen. The Scandinavian countries do the exact opposite. There's an institutional architecture for the mayor to have 92% of the fiscal resources, all of the instruments of development, and to solve the problems, because they are the ones who know the problems in each block and sometimes of each family, and they have the ability of solving that. And you see that in Stockholm, and you see that cities flourish. They are tidy, they are clean, they are working perfectly. But no, she is going to be the institutional leader of Latin America. What do we want in Latin America? We want a revolution. We want to put the cities at the center, at the forefront. The governments in our countries, our congresses, put their great discussions and ideologies that we don't care that much, but the citizen wants to have their block, their neighborhood, the police. That's not important for national actors. So That seems to be something that we can talk about very quickly, but it's extremely complicated. Added to the weaknesses that we have in our region, the poverty, the municipal model is completely exhausted. We should start from scratch. We have very low local development investment, so we need to put cities at the center. And this forum is trying to reinvent that model, reinvent democracy, local democracy, and put the citizens at the center of all of this. I'm going to start closing, and I haven't even reached the topic. So, what's the role of the metropole? What is the role of our cities? They have massive weaknesses and disadvantages. This is one of the more urbanized areas in the planet. We live more and more in metropolitan areas, so we need a new municipal model to balance that disorder of concentration of the population in certain areas. What does that imply? What does that entail? Is that we need to give them greater capabilities. We need to re-engineer municipal institutions, a more ordered local democracy, participation of the citizens, fight corruption. We have a few cancers in Latin America. Corruption is one of them. Now, when I was young, I would shut up, but now we need to say it out loud. We have corruption at the government institutions at every level, and of course at the municipal sphere. That's why we're talking about ordering, about having clear accounting. And of course we need to move forward with climate change, sustainable cities, to have clean, green cities. We need to have our cities more tidy, environmentally speaking. And I was talking this with a taxi driver this morning about the insecurity in the country. We have half a country taken by organized crime, 55 deaths, violent deaths, every day, 55 deaths. And that statistic hasn't changed for 8 years. The weakness is this was what happens because of the inability of the security policies. The immigration issues in my country with people from Haiti, Honduras, and then they want to go to the United States, and that creates a massive crisis. Poverty is a chronic illness in these areas. And that's how we get to the phenomenon of this becoming a strategic, and I would say an essential matter of metropolitan areas. And now I will go to the topic and I'll finish. So what do we have to do? Plan differently, do a strategic planning as the Europeans do. Many of you are specialists. There's no European city that doesn't have a plan for 25 years. So the strategic planning officer said, I'm the dreamer of the city, so I need to think, how do I want the city for my grandchildren in 25 years? And thinking about it in the strategic plan. So what do? We put them on the archive and instead of making it reality. So I see the city, and if I go to a city and then it used to be horrible and dirty, and 20 years later it's a beautiful progressive city. So we need to get comprehensive policies in governance, in security. We need to get coordination between governments. We need to coordinate the 3 spheres of government, or 4 in other countries. Coordinating as you do it in Córdoba among the municipalities in a metropolitan area. It's very obvious that many municipalities don't have borders. You cross the street and you're on the next municipality. So financing, how do we reform the finances and these processes so that these processes like Córdoba have financing? Sometimes mayors need to knock on doors, beg for funds for particular projects. We need to reform funding. We need to have project portfolios, big projects, medium projects, and small projects. And you need to have technical teams, technical and legislative frameworks to be able to implement those plans, which is not easy. And we need to make our teams become professional. They need to be specialized to go along this critical journey of transformation. And I would like to finish, finally, I know, we have to have metropolitan areas, metropolitan entities in each of our countries. We need to convince the ministers, the presidents. You need to have an agenda, you need to have a strategy for metropolitan areas. That means public policies, plans, and we need to have municipal plans as well, or metropolitan plans. We need to have funding, that's vital. López Obrador eliminated 38 large funding sources. There were resources for large municipal works, and he deleted that, and he decided where are we actually doing this or that. He concentrated it on his massive figure. And then we need to partner. We need to get together. We need to fight together, because if not, we're going to lose. The capitals, the people in the capitals of the country wants to see each of us on their own. So we need to associate ourselves. We need to work at the country level, at the regional level. We need to work as the mayors in Córdoba. We need to agree, and we need to have a Metropolitan Planning Institute. All of that leads to having these metropolitan areas turn into the main drivers of economic development. And if you're saying, okay, what's the model? Where does that work? In the moon, in Mars? Can that work anywhere? Yes, in Barcelona. That model happens in Medellin. There are many places, many cities where this works. But the model that is the most similar to ours, as the secretary in he was talking about, he's the leader of the MBR, the Metropolitan Area of Barcelona. They have strategic planning, they have etc. All of that we mentioned, and we want to create a metropolitan revolution in Argentina. And I would just finally talk about my country. There are 82 metropolitan areas where 85 million live there, 70% of the population of the country, where you have 500 municipalities. All of them have to interact to have powerful metropolitan strategies. There are other models, like San Salvador, that is doing great work. We have a platform for urban planning, and that would be the end. I would want to congratulate Córdoba, the IOPD. We also have a world organization of mayors who are thinking about all of these issues. That's why the Oidp is an observatory. This is a project from the World Organization, and FLAGMA is the representative, the local representative of the World Organization, and we want to create this municipal world where we have a lot of work to do. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sergio, and welcome to Córdoba, welcome to Argentina. I don't want to let you go without asking you a question. I don't know if the answer is going to be, maybe if you try to make it brief, because time is of the essence. I want to respect everyone. And you said that Mexico has been undergoing a different social economic project that has suggested different models of governance, and the recentralization seems to be a strategy, right? I'm asking, how does FLACMA propose a space to recover the assets of decentralization and the protagonism of local governments? You have been talking about agendas, you've been talking about partnerships. So from your space, from FLACMA's space, how do you think that we can recover that space from local governments? Thank you very much. I have anticipated this a little bit, but municipal organizations believe in partnering. We believe that that is the instrument. If cities are, if this is a reflection from that we thought, or a thought that we all have reached, is that cities need to be at the center of the outlook of the national states. But it's difficult because we have a very strong culture of caudillos, of who are centralized leaders, and representatives that want to be received as if they were donors of resources that aren't theirs. And how do we reform that? How do we create a revolution there? We need to have a political process. This is political in the end. It has technical implications, budget implications, life quality implications. But the central point is that we need to empower. We see in other countries, in France, for example, to be the president of the country, to be the minister, to be a senator, it's fundamental to have been a mayor. Only Macron and Charles de Gaulle have not been mayors. Macron, you know, it was a novel mechanism, and Charles de Gaulle due to the World War. But the rest of the presidents, ministers, they are mayors. So they, on the weekends, they go back to the city to be mayors. And why? Because mayors are politically empowered. We need to empower the mayors. We have many people with power. I have one of them next to me. We have the mayor of Córdoba. We need to become empowered. We need to become empowered with an agenda. That's what we have. We need to build agendas. We need to do that with the networks, the Federation, the Argentine Federation of Municipalities, the Mexican Federation of Municipalities, and we're going to be in the United States, in Brussels, in China, to learn. We need to create multilateral bridges in political forums and become empowered at different levels so that we can do the reforms that are needed. We must have an agenda. We need to know what we are asking for, what we are suggesting. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's give the word to Jesús Maldonado Amao, the mayor of San Juan de Lurigancho, Peru. Welcome to Argentina. Sara.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I have a presentation. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation, and I would like to thank the mayor for the invitation of being here. It is an honor to share the panel with these speakers. I come from a city called Lima in Peru, from a city that is called San Juan de Lurigancho. And first of all, I would describe my district, that is a very large one, maybe one of the, largest in Peru. And I would like to start from this important concept. From yesterday, we have been addressing democracy, using metropolitan areas better and the participation. I would like to start with a very important concept that has been addressed by the academia, and nowadays we see that results are not the ones that we wanted to have. One of the challenges of democracy is building infrastructure and development spaces. Democracy only as participation will not work. Democracy has to attract that behavior, where municipalities are the main component to be able to develop those spaces. In my country, the biggest problem that we have is the development of periphery without planning, the development of periphery without technical assistance, and without public services. And when you have a scenario such as that, the dangers of authoritarianism and dictatorship are commonplace. If you interview a person that has been lucky enough to live in the spaces where all of the public services have been provided for, and you go to another part of this where you have a person that has no basic need met, you will see the differences that they will have. We care about democracy if it improves our spaces, provides for education, infrastructure, it bridges gaps. And that happened in our country. Unfortunately, from the 40s, we have had migration from the rural areas to the capital. And why has that happened? Because they didn't have opportunities, the danger of terrorism, lack of service, lack of public health. And that is the makeup of the city, for example, my district, San Juan de Lurigancho. Before it was a valley and now was turned into a very densely populated area. And it has grown without planning, without territorial policies. So this is the political makeup of my country. And I would like to address this because there is always a fight between political issues or legal issues. Which influences which? And the description of my country is this one. We have large governments, we have regional governments, we have mayors. For example, I'm a mayor that has been elected in a district of over 1,300,000 inhabitants, where the elected mayor has 50 plus 1% of representation that is related to governance. The level of political issues has been decreased thanks to this. We have Metropolitan Lima, is the largest one that we have in the entire country. And what has been happening regarding this unorderly growth? One of them is the lack of long-term policies. The improvisation as a feature. We have always had that. In my country, institutions do not determine the country, but people do. So if you enter with a left-wing or right-wing policy, they improvise. And sometimes they change what had been working in the past. The worst punishment for poor people is to always start again. And that is what happens in a lot of municipalities when there is a new mayor, a new administration, and that's where the story begins again. Then we have poor budgetary distribution or distribution of budget. A district, for example, San Isidro, that is a business area, has a very different budget. They have all of the services working, but they don't have the largest amount of population, for example. San Juan de Lurigancho is one of the largest districts with great deficits in urban development, social developments. This is the population growth. We're bordering 1 million 250 approximately thousand people. We have, of course, more foreigners in our country. Regarding democratic governance of the territory, we strongly believe that if we don't have income or revenues, we don't have labor force and development, territorial planning will have some restraints. These three factors have not been completed yet. We cannot face this challenge because we face restraints regarding the capacities of Metropolitan Lima. I will go a little bit faster so that we can focus on today's topic. We have a deficit of infrastructure, digital connectivity, and citizen safety. The distribution is the following. We are one of the districts out of the 43. And the governing municipality is Metropolitan Lima. The metropolitan areas are administered by Metropolitan Lima. But who is in charge of cleaning parks? The districts. So Metropolitan Lima has the capacity of organizing them, but they do not transfer budget. So who are in charge of these municipalities? So the investment could be made in other types of services, for example, public cleaning or irrigation of parks. We have invested a lot in citizen safety in our district. We are not proud of this, but San Juan de Lurigancho is one of the districts with the highest number of unsafety in entire country. And this has been associated with the following. Where we have the highest level of impunity, there is a highest level of criminality. And that is a very simple to understand factor. What we have in San Juan de Lurigancho is a very poor situation in our context. People living with $10 to $15 a day, who have to feed their families, who cook in kitchen soups, who are charged by the criminals $5 each day to the barbershop, the hairdressers, because they are not going to the large stores. Because where we can find vulnerability, we can also find impunity. And that is a connection I have seen in a lot of countries. And that happens alongside periphery. Because the services are concentrated just in one part of the territory and they are not distributed in the other areas where we also have people, we also have services and expectations from our citizens. We have improved cleaning, activities of mental and cultural services. During these 2 years and 4 or 5 months that we have been in administration, we have some coordination entities in the district that allow us to get closer to people and to agree on certain decisions. One of them is the local coordination center, who also have the representative of communities and neighbors with the mayor to be able to make decisions at a district level. We also have the Citizen Safety Committee. We talk to the police officers, firefighters, citizen representatives to talk about safety. We have some municipal entities distributed in different parts of San Juan de Lurigancho so that they are not centered in only one specific area, and we have mechanisms to strengthen participation. The participatory budget that we all know how it works. We have accountability for people to know what the budget has been spent on, how we have executed our works, what the mayor has been doing during this time. Then the meetings of this civil society made up by neighbors where they have debates on territorial organization at a very small level in the settlements or urbanizations, for example. And just to show you part of the infrastructure that we have been developing during these years, we have this. And I would like to put an emphasis on this part. The district has a lot of periphery where we have no water, no services, no electricity, no internet. For example, this what you see here in Jorge del Castillo, that is a sports field that is in the highest part of a hill. It could be of any club, but giving those types of infrastructure to people change livelihood, the well-being of people. They will feel that they belong there. They will be very attentive of their cleaning and taking care of it. Once when I was a candidate, I was in the highest part of a hill, and it was very high. It was very tiresome to do that. And someone said, if you had to ask me only one thing if I'm elected mayor, what would you like me to do? I thought they would ask for water or stairs or walls or food. And they wanted a sports field. And I wonder why. Because the only space that people have for entertainment can be used during the weekends. What do they do in the weekends? They play football or any other game. And that is an area not only for sports. There, they get together to have collective meals or buffets. They have meetings. So one part of this infrastructure is the meeting point for a lot of people of that community. So we create a meeting point for people to be able to recover the enthusiasm of living in that place. We added connectivity, panic alarms. We have invested in the cleanup of public spaces, health campaigns, educational campaigns, youth campaigns. This is important because we're talking about efficiency here. I will compare this with the previous administrations. They invested on the execution. They used almost 700 millions in buildings. We have invested a lot now in citizen safety. We received a municipality with 25 cameras. Now we have 610. We have panic buttons. We have over 80 vehicles for safety. And that is investment, continuous investment. And that's where people start saying, okay, now it is worth my money, because you see the infrastructure. Otherwise, they say, why am I going to pay if we don't have anything? And now that they see the order, the clean spaces, they say, okay, let's give him a benefit of a doubt. And that is very efficient to recover the enthusiasm of people living in those areas. This is a comparison of investment. We have been in office for 2 years and a half approximately. And before we complete this, I think that I would like to say that participation of people in municipalities, in metropolitan spaces, are related to infrastructure, to institutionalized decisions of municipalities, and what we have heard before: participation, connectivity, partnerships. And we need to keep on learning about this. I'm really thankful for the opportunity of being here, of being able to listen to the different speakers. And I would also like to thank your mayor. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jesus. Just a comment. We will say goodbye to Rodrigo and thank for the participation. He has to leave the panel. Thank you so much, Rodrigo. Jesus, I would like to tell you that in our metropolitan area, we are living a similar situation with migration. So we have a reverse migration from the city to the rural areas. So those of us who live in nearby cities, near to Córdoba, we have seen an exponential growth that has not been organized with lack of planning, and that truly affects services. So apart from the question that I would like to ask, and due to time constraints, I would like to say that these opportunities for discussion are welcome. I'm really thankful they can be done because we leave these places with great ideas. So thank you for your presentation. Now we'll give the floor to Renata Sene, who is the president of the Brazilian Republican Foundation Sao Paulo, former mayor of Francisco de Morato, Brazil. And Renata, we will also ask you to be mindful of the time to give the floor to other speakers.
Todos e a todas. Que alegria compartilhar.
Thank you, all of you. It's great to share this day with you, to share the challenges in the metropolitan region. I need to introduce myself. I am a public officer, a social assistant, social worker, and I had been selected without a majority vote, and that was a challenge to be assertive with the democratic process, and we promoted the first PVA process that well, and having said that, we understood that, well, we were re-elected after we understood the plight of our population. I was the first re-elected mayor of my city and the most voted one in Sao Paulo. That led to a very important participation process that went to what fed to the city in the metropolitan region. There are 49 cities. Then within Sao Paulo, we are 45 minutes away from the city of Sao Paulo, so we are the last city in the metropolitan city. Since we are the last city, we have a Campo Limpo, a city called Campo Limpo. There's a segregation of our community, and they don't understand that we are split by a railway line. So Francisco de Morato was the cutting point for us to receive the population of all states, because 64% of our population was not born in the state of Sao Paulo. So Francisco Morato is the place that they come to call home. So we had to find the conditions for development. This was reorganized by a consortium of the Guayaquil Bay. And in these challenges with the disputes, it was in those spaces that we created a participatory democracy, and we tried to gather the demands of these populations. Francisco de Morato has a population of 165,000 inhabitants in 2022. We estimate around 200,000 now. In the 80s, we had much less. The growth has been disorderly. There are some sensitive areas, and we have a budgetary challenge with the cutting of certain competencies and budgets in health and education, and we need many important initiatives, but we were strengthened by the 2030 agenda. There's this challenge from the historical point of view. We are divided, we are split by the railway line. This is a very old line, and in the capital is 45 kilometers away from the center of Sao Paulo. We had to find alternatives, and we found that there were some issues like the lack of local diagnosis. In 2017, there was no agenda, there were no plans that tended to the needs of the people. We had to think about planning and territorialization. That's how we made our first participative pluriannual or multi-annual plan. And there we saw the challenges of being the last city of the metropolitan region. In the second government, we started being more assertive, and we considered becoming part of the metropolitan region. As a response to the urban challenges, we responded to the demands that we received. We participated in urban agendas, in climate agenda, in cooperation among neighbors. So that was an agenda that I received. They were more realistic in relation to that metropolitan region. They have 31 municipalities, and Francisco de Morato appears for the first time within the Sao Paulo metropolitan area. And in 2017, they came into the metropolitan design map. So that's why we made the integration with interjurisdictional articulation and seeking interjurisdictional justice. Our consortium contains these 5 cities. Francisco Morato is a small city in territory, but has a large population density. But we have these 5 five towns that are part of this line. They are split by the railway, and as I said, we were split by the railway and also by the roads. But Francisco Morato does not have the access to these roads, to these 2 roads that are the largest in the world, and that makes it become segregated in this development process. Having said that, we were looking for a legal framework to contain the vocation of the consortiums to become a part of the metropolitan region. This is a challenge for the cities that have a larger population that are outside of the capital. So we found in that narrative, the possibility of partnering and thinking about local strategies. And for the first time in history, we achieved funding from the state of Sao Paulo to achieve policies that reach women and people in risky situations. The state of Sao Paulo doesn't have a legislation that covers those people. That's how we were able to build these bridges and listening to symposiums that were able to tend to these matters in our territory. We have examples of inclusive housing for people who don't have families or that have issues that don't allow them to move forward in society. So that's why we bring forward this therapeutics issue. We wanted to discuss that with the federal government and we've had issues with the lack of funding for regional associations. So We considered several areas to be financed by the federal government. We had a meeting called Delibera, in which we saw a wide number of voices, and there was funding to guarantee the participation of people in that process, which was a round table that had interventions that included waste collection services. So one city was associated with the next one around those topics that turned into a very important document about that. And I think that those participation methods, the city maps, cannot be planned any differently, and this allowed for the advancement in Article 17, and we moved forward in that in the issues related to children, so that children can also share these experiences. That road that was consolidated was around the planning, the state policies, taking the voices to the federal states. We did partnerships. We took that to city councils, and it's a challenging scenario. It's very important to reflect about such actions. We need to act regionally, and we need to build integrated solutions to have voice, all of the citizens, in terms of their city. We need to reflect a lot on that process and the integration of people. I was hearing that you were representing on two very important topics. We need to rediscuss territoriality and public space, and in that framework, all of the practices and the interventions in everyday life. How do you develop that everyday life and give some space for differences and diversity? So that was very interesting. Thank you very much. Now we will give the word to Marcos Fey, the mayor of Malagueño.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I know that you are a little bit sleepy. It is that time of the day. But when they invite me to have a presentation in metropolitan areas and the challenge towards a new governance, I want to say that these are two social phenomena that I wanted to provide a theoretical framework to see if in these two axes we could verify the existence of these problems in the metropolitan area of Córdoba. The first concept of metropolitan area can we say about this? We don't have a lot of agreements on what they mean, but we can see an evolution. The metropolitan areas at the beginning emerged for scale and proximity issues. You have different big cities with urban areas that surround a main area, and they get together for scalability and they try and solve their shared problems. So in that way, I like this definition that comes from Joan Subirats from Spain. He defines them as the city of cities. Metropolitan areas are cities of cities. Then the concept starts evolving and it concentrates not particularly in the proximity issue, but to the scalability issue, they add the functionality part, the practical or operational perspective in this concept that all of the fellow speakers mentioned. Problems do not obey to the decisions made by administration saying this is the political boundary that you have. If we think about the environment, that maybe is the easiest to exemplify. If you have an environmental problem with the air, the problem will not end in the border of the municipality of Malagueño, right? Because political boundaries were made by population, right? Those were defined. And that does not happen with climate environment. So we need to think from an urban planification perspective. Then we have Zulma Bolivar talking about urban development. When peripheries grow in a disorderly way, as the other panelists mentioned, we have a problem. But we speak now of metropolitan regions. That would be a third layer to, so the concept of scalability and proximity, we add the concept of different functions, and we also add the social, cultural, and economic dimensions of a region. So when we talk about metropolitan regions, we do not necessarily have cities that share boundaries. You can have a metropolitan region that is a touristic cluster, so you have the corridor of Route 38 in Punilla, and all of them depend on tourism. And maybe Cosquín is not next to or bordering Vialet Macé, but they correspond to a region, a metropolitan region, in a way that is deeply connected to tourism. This concept has been addressed by the Argentinian literature, Dr. Masalay. They started having conversations with others, and this is what we're seeing right now, that the metropolitan region does not necessarily has to be a cluster of urbanizations. They have what defines a metropolitan region is the different social and cultural dimensions. We see that there is sort of an evolution from the megapolis, the metropolitan area and the metropolitan region, and depending on the approach that we come from, we will have to discuss the inter-jurisdiction, the authority of the metropolitan area. If we come from a functional perspective, we will see what are the political or social dysfunctions or public services could be provided from this metropolitan area to this metropolitan region. And as economists, maybe we would address the positive of negative externalities of those areas, and we would see the public goods that this area could create. As you see, not all of them agree on the concept of area, of megapolis, or a metropolitan region. What we all agree on, and we have listened to this in all of the presentations, is that you cannot this in isolation. Our complexity demands for collective action. For my city, it would be very difficult to address water supply. We have some areas in our city that has over 40,000 inhabitants. We have some neighborhoods where we have a great dispersion of population density. Public services are very complex to provide. And I purchase water from Aguas Cordobesas, that is the supplier of Córdoba Capital, because we border Córdoba Capital and the region, southeast region. We provide water for the capital of Córdoba, because in the north area I don't have infrastructure, and Córdoba does not have infrastructure in the south area. So that is the interaction that we have. We believe that today, for the challenge that we have all seen, where problems do not stop at the political boundaries, we need to have coordination among the different layers of the or spheres of government, and it is obvious that this public and private integration is necessary to be able to manage these metropolitan regions. Citizen participation is important. I'm an advocate for this. And I do this from the negative perspective, let's say. When you listen to these hate speeches of the different gaps or corrupt politicians, they invite you not to participate, they invite you to stay at home, they invite you not to try and change reality. You cannot change reality with a joystick or remote control. You can change that when you go to the streets. So you have this speech that asks you not to participate. So you have to wonder, to ask yourselves, who is interested in me not participating? So that is key for our discussions. And the fourth element that we think is super necessary is the governance in a network with other local governments, because although problems are shared and they have some peculiarities in different areas, the solution is through discussions and analysis with others who are living in the same situation as you are. Having defined what we understand as metropolitan region, we will define it as a region where we have a dynamic of interdependency that is social, cultural, economic, of different cities. And going back to the concept of Sovirat, we will say that metropolitan regions are cities of cities. Let's think of a big city that has smaller cities. So the question to be followed, that is the topic for today, is how can we rule them or govern them? How can you be in charge of a metropolitan region? So we resorted to these three authors, and the three agree on the fact that nowadays there is no institutionalization of government of metropolitan areas. We are talking about cooperation between the different municipalities from the ground up. There is not a top-to-bottom government, not a federal government imposing something on the metropolitan region or how to govern those cities. But we have a movement from the ground up, from the bottom up, to manage the shared problems through this participation and collaboration between the different cities. Most of them agree on that fact, and Subirat defines this as follows. In the cooperation of policies, we will see the public policy that we have in safety. For example, a lot of municipalities get together and analyze the issues of safety. So in terms of public policies, you have the institutionalization of that, and you create these institutions within the policies, the institutional units, the administrational units, the consortiums, that will then manage that area, that department, on that specific topic. In that way, Zulma Bolivar mentions that she sees three models of governance of metropolitan areas. The first of them is with a centralized model where you have power being granted from the local government to the metropolitan government. For example, the president of the metropolitan entity has the power to rule on each of the cities, for example. That is what Subiras says that they don't see enough. They have seen two cases, one in Bogotá and one in Kuala Lumpur. The model that I think that is being used nowadays in the metropolitan entity of Córdoba is a multi-level model. One is local, each of the cities that make up the metropolitan region. Then they have a second level of administration and intermunicipal coordination that is called the metropolitan level. This is the situation in Caracas and in Barcelona. And there is a third model that is just a space for cooperation and agreements between municipalities on specific policies, but does not have a comprehensive approach for the policies of each of the cities. Then we also have local authors who mention that it is very difficult to talk about a government in itself in the metropolitan area. We talk about metropolitan governance. Masalai and collaborators mentioned that governance can be described in a prescriptive or descriptive way. In the prescriptive way, says that governance is understood as cooperation, transparency, open government, and good practices. So what will these municipalities share? Cooperation, they will be transparent in the management of their resources. There is an open government where public information is at hand, and the best practices that you can achieve in your cities to be, if they can be replicated in other cities. Then from a descriptive approach, metropolitan governance deals with solving shared problems, but this is mostly related to academia. The two concepts, the prescriptive and descriptive ones, suggest that we always have the integration of multi-level organizations, entities, and there are different divisions of self-autonomy of those who participate in the metropolitan area. So you have not only you have organizations and private sphere as well as the public sphere. So we were talking about this theoretical framework. We were listening to Rodri Fernandez, the president of the metropolitan region, talking about the different municipalities. When this entity, metropolitan entity of Córdoba, started operating, it was a megapolis. You have the capital of Córdoba and you have the other cities that are adjacent to it. On a second stage, it got bigger. We started being 16 municipalities associated with this entity, and we have cities that are not bordering the Córdoba capital. This is what we saw as the concept of metropolitan area. And there are some other municipalities that have already signed, as the president of the entity mentioned. And we can clearly see that there are some cities that are not bordering the metropolitan entity nowadays. So we have to speak of metropolitan regions nowadays. Even though they do not share borders, they share their economic and social contexts, and we need to work on the problems that we're having together in a collective way, so they will be part of this entity. Rodrigo mentioned something about the following, how the entity is managed. There is a meeting, and each of the mayors nominate a president or choose a president. And we have a voting system for them. After that, we have a president, that is Rodrigo in this case. Then we have two directors, and that is the structure of the entity, of course, with the accountability advisors and the counselors. And that is the structure that takes the 6% of the resources. The 94 remaining percentage is reinvested in services, in provision of supplies, services, funding, or ambulances, as Rodrigo mentioned. We have also conducted works on water, sewage, and different types of infrastructure. The truth is that we understand that if we go from the theoretical framework, we can see that with this form of government or governance that is participatory, we can say that the citizens of each of the cities of the entity are represented by the mayors in these meetings where all of our voices are important. I can vouch for what Rodrigo said regarding the financial support. We have to thank Martin Jarjora and his generosity, who founded this entity regarding the resources. 2% of co-participation of a city such as Malagueño with 40,000 inhabitants, and the co-participation of a city of Córdoba, capital Córdoba, that is around 250,000 inhabitants. So generosity of the largest with the 2% ends up funding a lot of public services and works that the regional community needs in other cities. What I can say is that in this theoretical framework that we analyzed, we see some agreements. You cannot do this in isolation, and you need a strong political willingness to create metropolitan areas or region with the governance form that is defined, that is participatory, and that truly collaborates and is not an imposition from the top to bottom, but from the bottom to the top. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marcos. Something to say before we give the floor to the other speaker? I will ask you a question. After that, as a reflection, we need to rethink governance. I live with this idea of the Córdoba author on the prescriptive and descriptive approaches. We are at a moment when we have to rethink of governance in different aspects. So, do you think we can have a concept of governance as a result of the experiences of the metropolitan entity, of what the metropolitan entity is developing? Yes, I think that the way in which we manage the entity or how we participate is by building governance. The difference between government and governance is given by the difference between representative democracy and participatory democracy. What do I mean by this? A government governs with the authority delegated by voting, with elections. That's why they are the government. Governance is the construction of legitimacy and governability that the Peruvian speaker was mentioning. You go to governance when you have open government, transparency, and citizen participation. So we have government on the one hand and governance on the other one in terms of legitimacy of the power to be able to govern. So I think that this participation of the different cities through the different mayors or technical teams in the different discussion tables, cultural actions, sports actions, in relation building, this new economic and social and cultural context, that's where we can build participation and we can build governance. Because all of us who are there are willingly there. Rodrigo said a lot that this was voluntary, and that's what we want to stress. I think that the building of governance provides legitimacy to decisions, and that comes from the citizen participation as peers, not from the top to the bottom, but from the bottom to the top. Thank you so much, Marcos. We're talking about governance, that it has the capacity of joining legal issues and legitimacy. Now, Gabriel Fernández Arjona, Metropolitan Citizenship, Buenos Aires.
Bueno, me toca cerrar. Well, I have to close down. I'm happy to see that you have stayed. I promise that I won't take more than 10 minutes of your time. Okay, if it's not working, but no problem. Okay. Let's move it more, let's wave it like we just don't care. And yeah, one side, the other. Okay, is it working? Okay. Metropolitan Citizenship is the organization, or Ciudadanía Metropolitana is the organization that I represent. We've been at the Congress last year and we signed an agreement with the entity, with the observatory. We work on studying and constructing proposals for the metropolitan areas of our country. In 2022, we started researching the 12 metropolitan areas and the 12 governance places that we have from north to south, east and west of our country. We have researched all of the metropolitan areas or the most important of our country. And the goal was to draw patterns and common denominators and then set them down in management guidelines or administration guidelines. We have two products. The first one is the Index of Metropolitan Governance. This index was built based on four variables: the legal framework and institutionality, financing, competencies and metropolitan plans, and legitimacy and citizen participation. We created an average for each of them, and we see which areas are more advanced based on the other. The second product is SIGAM, which is the Circle for Metropolitan Governance. Here we can extract all of the conclusions that we have drawn, and we can set them down in 20 guidelines for management. Innovator management, participative management, sustainable, planned and efficient management. They all have access, and they have then proposals and actions, which are 20 and which we believe are the right ones to have a robust metropolitan governance. What was the hypothesis that we had when we started? We had two hypotheses. First of all, is that institutionalization impacts on the sustainability of metropolitan policies. And governability is a problem to foster governance in the metropolitan areas of our country. And about the weak frameworks, we heard the colleague from Mexico who was complaining that they were going back in time. I wanted to say that you're light years ahead. At least you have the territorial or organization law that speaks about metropolitan areas, and Argentina doesn't have anything here. And you had a metropolitan fund. They have federal laws and financing. The federal government has also dismantled the initiative that allowed to get funding for metropolitan areas. Very few provinces also have a provincial law, Santa Fe and Catamarca. Probably Córdoba may be the next one. Catamarca didn't even start executing the law. So these laws are, the regulations are based by agreements or provincial decrees. Well, the lack of institutionality impacts the life of the people in three ways. First, the lack of planning with a metropolitan outlook. If you don't have strategic planning, we have a disordered growth. Some plan with gated communities, and some build popular neighborhoods and seizing lands, creating territories that are unequal and split and divided. Then environmental problems, natural resource problems, water problems, air pollution problems, and waste management problems. Because all of them start working on their own, that makes it more expensive, and it creates environmental problems. Then the inequality in the provision of services, and some central cities have good services, then smaller cities that can provide most services, and other ones where the citizens cannot see their rights be fulfilled because there is an inequality in the metropolitan area itself. Which are our answers? We have set them down here. At least I want to mention two. We have discussed in this panel about them. We need to have a multi-level and intermunicipal coordination. So cities, provinces, and the country, the federal level, need to be in a table together among the levels of government. Also, an intermunicipal coordination to solve the problems with our neighbors, which is difficult to solve. Also, multi-actor coordination. Not just the state actors, but also we need to have the civil society associations like Ciudadanía Metropolitana, and other cities and provinces need to be part of a strategic partnership, legislative agreements as well. Sometimes we forget about the participation of the legislative areas in metropolitan management. All of these actors need to participate from ground zero when the public policies start being made. And the second answer and the final answer is citizen participation. We need to have the effective participation of citizens, and we see 4 elements there. Information, first, transparency, open neighborhoods. Second, metropolitan data. We don't have a connection of metropolitan data. Then the construction of metropolitan citizenship. Citizens don't feel part of a metropolitan area. They feel like they live in a city or a province, but not a metropolitan area. And finally, representation. Citizens and organizations need to be close to the government organisms. That's how we can empower the cities and improve the quality of democracy. Thank you very much.
A ver, perdón, me parece que se te apagó el micrófono.
I think that your microphone is off. Okay, we will get it solved.
Macroterritorial. Frente a este estudio.
If we see the study that is over the level of the territory, can we think about building a space with different experiences and design a strategy of work to include other regions in your provinces into a territorial governance model? Well, in 2023 we built a network of metropolitan governance with 2 sides. The side of the metropolitan areas that exist in the country and all of the organizations that are working on this subject. We have signed an agreement, and the idea is to share the experiences that happen in each of the areas to be able to empower the capacities of each of them. So that's why we need to create a network with all of the metropolitan areas in the country so that we can empower all of the rest of the capacities and have that know-how to see what's going on in other parts of the country. Thank you very much, Gabriel. Thank you very much to all of our speakers. You evidently have one work ahead of us, which is to rethink governance, break with this re-centralization process, and to start working with a conceptual program of managed decentralization and not an anarchistic decentralization. So we have a more than interesting work for all of us who are part of the metropolitan areas, with the conviction of maintaining inclusion for the faraway areas so that we don't go into inequity processes. Thank you for being so respectful, waiting for the expositions of the panelists. We have a person in the public who asked for a question. Can we do it for time matter?
Lo que sí le pido, concreta la pregunta.
Please be concise.
Olá, obrigada. Eu sou a
Hello, I'm Silvia from Delibera Brazil. I wanted to ask a question for Renata Sene. How do you feel the presence of women in these spaces of metropolitan governance, in your experience as president of the Federation of the National Front of Mayors? What's your experience in that local consortium? How do you see that leadership of women in that space?
Ya te doy el micrófono.
Obrigada, Silvia. Em toda
Thank you, Sylvia. All of the strategies that were drawn, designed, 65% came from women. The large narratives, the large design, the building of the territory, from small to large constructions, were made by women, with specific action in territory development. They have a voice that impacted all of our work. As a matter of fact, you're very, very right. We need to give them a voice, and we give them light. We need to give light to the participation of women in these strategic spheres. Thank you very much. Okay, we have had our moderator here. I want to thank him. And now let's invite Pablo Pineda, the Undersecretary of Planning, as well as the Undersecretary of Participative Policies, and also Jorge Lorenzo, the Director of Participative Administration, and the Subdirector of the CPC of the Mercado Central, to provide you with these institutional gifts to remember your presence and participation in this session. And let's finish the 24th conference of the International Observatory of Participative Democracy, and this is the second day that's closing today. And we're going to thank the speakers and the municipal officers. We're going to ask them to stay for a picture, and I've been requested for a picture here, over this, on the stage and under the stage, if that's possible. Let's take the picture here. Watch out for cables. And one picture under. The same picture? Okay. Thank you. Below the stage. Thank you.
Y en esta foto
And whoever wants to participate can do that. This is an open picture for those who are still in the room.
Keeps coming.
nuestra amiga visitante de Brasil.
Our visitor from Brazil, she can also join the picture.
Muchísimas gracias. Con este
Thank you very much. With this round of applause, let's say goodbye until tomorrow.